George was telling me Interfor got some stuff that they want redid for roads and stuff. On a level 1, they want 4-hour fire watch
That's who Tanner was talking about.
and 8-hour level 2.
Yes.
Holy
Yeah.
cow. That's a little paranoia
I
there.
told Tanner, I go, we would just turn the lights on, work all night, quit in the morning.
Sure.
This is the only thing. We got a light bar to put on the processor just because the lights on it aren't good ones. They're just regular ones.
Uh-huh.
And everything else has got really bright. So. Like I go start at 4 in the morning because you can actually see better. It's so bright. You don't have the sun in your face.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that when George told me that. That was ridiculous.
That's what Tanner was saying. Tanner said George told me. This will be the last time.
Yeah. And they ought to know, but they can't get people to work for them either. So how the heck do they expect anybody else to get to work?
No. And when they came in there, they gave raises to everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, large
Big.
raises.
Yeah. Yeah, their starting's not awful. It's $20-some an hour and
Right.
$1,000 signing bonus. And
Well, it's like Elkhorn Bill's paying his choker setters, new or old. He said he's starting them at $30 now.
really,
Yeah. No. It's nuts. Matt and all them, they're up to 34. Brother Matt works for them.
Yeah.
They are. This is nuts.
yeah, that's crazy money.
It is. It's
Because
scary.
when things drop off,
Yes.
you can't afford to pay that kind of stuff.
No.
Well, the market's not good.
No, that's it's got to drop at some point.
Oh yeah.
It's like somebody asked, "What are you gonna do with your pickup?" Well, if they get my pickup back, it won't be the only one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I got it.
Just copies for everybody.
Okay. Yeah, I got it pretty good.
I should have printed that before I left this morning.
Really needed that.
Yeah, it's on my tape.
Or it's gonna come home and try to take
Dumb
them
stuff
back
anyway.
from 3 to 5. It's just no.
Are you on like really shut down this heat?
No, but I've been early starting at 4, so. And that's just my choice. So I can stay ahead of Tanner and then keep them busy.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have 30 acres done tomorrow. It'll be 15 days. So it's like 3 acres a day, but it's aerial acres, you know.
Yeah.
So and it's on its side, so it's a lot more than 30 acres. But now work like this. I go about 10 hours. That's it.
Get my stuff I sent you today.
Yes, it did. Thank you. I have been on the road all day
Oh, yay.
or in a meeting all day. It's been nonstop. Sorry that you're getting there. You folks are
We're
getting
just getting the tail end of it.
yeah. We're getting
Shorted.
There's only about that much candle left.
Like I'm sitting out in the middle. I don't like being in the middle.
We would've
It was
had to move
worse.
Richmond that
Was it?
way,
Oh yeah, it was worse.
I'm trying to keep you guys cozy. Actually, I didn't do that.
So I'm gonna go check that coffee. Stay awake. I don't have coffee.
Coffee?
Oh,
Too hot for coffee. Maybe ice it.
That'd be nice.
I
Well, you
made,
can ice it. There's
Yeah.
ice right across the hall.
I didn't look, but November
Sure
11th,
you
12th, and 13th, is that right? Or
What's that?
9th through the 11th, that's probably an elk season. It seems to me like it was always deer season. Because deer season's the 1st October.
Well, don't you do your draws over in Eastern Oregon? Are you doing draw? Did you get your draw tag?
Sure.
Sure.
Not elk. I haven't. Probably.
We didn't get any of our draws.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Sounds like everybody got, a lot of people got here.
We did.
No, if we went for deer.
I didn't put my, I was in a party hunting my uncles and I don't know what we're doing now because all of our points are over there. So I'm like, see what happens in a couple of years.
Yeah, I dropped my tag.
Wasn't very functional.
I put in for my cow tag though. Nope,
No?
again,
And draw?
How many
No.
points you gotta have?
I had to have 6 last time to draw it.
But
It's a lot here.
It used to be,
LC.
you can't, yeah, sometimes you can get it every year. Yeah.
Points now, it's
So
like
when
4
I-
to 6.
So when I told Michael, I was like, oh yeah, the OSBA conference, he goes, well, that's November and one of us
Ooh.
has to hunt. So
You know-
you're not going to a conference. And I was like,
You know what we've been doing the last few years, that's first choice in their deer tag, and then second choice in bow. I love going over there opening weekend of bow season. It is so much fun.
Except for it's hot.
It's really not
Oh, the
much
last
hotter
couple times
than-
I've been there, it's been hot.
But before they went to the draw, Tim and Dennis were over there. We were all there. They went out Poots Loop. They came back. We met Tim and Dennis at the start. And I said, "Did you meet anyone?" And you know this. They met one rig 16 times.
thank you.
Yeah. Well, Zev and Dad and I'd go and it seemed like it was hotter.
But with the draw, just don't shut the
Okay.
rig off. If you can keep them within
Reference
60
material?
yards, they'll stay in there. And this is the biggest buck last year ever shot.
You gotta pick a side now, don't you?
Huh?
You have to pick a
Yes.
side now?
Yes. Yeah. But I just second choice and go over there for a week. And
We done.
it's awesome. If you don't mind shooting a foghorn, you could be done.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for putting that one back there.
And
That
you talk
feels
about video.
Yeah.
I did shoot one the
Bet
first
it's
year.
right on your back,
Tanner goes
isn't it?
like, you've gotta shoot one. You've never shot one with your bow yet. You took that thing with Tanner with it. Oh my God, this is that buck.
Yesterday, because I was,
It was.
did we approve the agenda?
I don't know, I was late.
Yesterday.
Yes, we did.
Yes,
Yes, we did.
Yes, you
We
did.
did it, I'm sorry, I was.
Yeah.
But we didn't sign out the meeting
Deb
date at
moved.
the end. I
And
don't
then
think.
second.
I seconded it.
Yes.
We
Okay,
did.
so Robert first, okay.
No, Deb,
No.
then
Yeah.
Ryan.
Then Deb, then-
Devin Ryan.
Oh, okay. All right. So I missed out my notes.
we'll get to agenda scripts and all that stuff. Well, I was working with the team today, so we were thinking about, we were debriefing summer board conference, figuring out what we're gonna do next year. We spent a bunch of time talking about that, and then talking about new programming, so. Yeah. What
Did
is
you do the eval stuff, right?
superintendent evaluation?
No, the board eval.
Yep.
Like that.
School board, yeah, board self-assessment, yes.
So just out of curiosity, since we're not started yet, we're there. What are the top eight, like, what are the top issues that you guys are facing in a bigger school district?
In a bigger school district?
I mean, what's Corvallis facing that maybe wouldn't be seeing that soon? But just in general, what are the top issues that you guys are seeing?
Actually, the top issue, the top thorny issue in Corvallis is math. And math tracking.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a big debate. So College Town really educated parents, sending their kids to really
Top-notch schools.
top-notch schools. And so we are changing the way we're teaching, particularly primary math, where we're detracking it, where kids will be differentiated in primary school based on their aptitude. Math is easy for some kids, not for others. So
Interesting.
in primary school, you already start to see the separation, between the kids that end up going track into higher levels of math, the ones that lower. And if you look at the data, you can predict who those kids are.
Yeah.
So if you look over here, these high flying kids, but even as early as middle school, they are male, white, and Asian predominantly already, and it gets even more so once you get up into the higher grades. On the other side, more female, and then your other minorities. And so, and that's not unique to us or Oregon, or it's all over the United States.
Right.
So what we're doing is we're saying, we're not going to do that. Everybody's going to stay in, and what we're implementing is, what we already know, that peer learning is really effective. So the kids that are really good at math are helping the kids that struggle. And instead of moving them forward in content, so moving them higher in levels of math, and forcing them to deepen their understanding of the concepts at that particular grade level. Because primary math curriculum is laid out on a developmental level. You can correct me if I'm out of lane here. So it's important that kids get the depth that they need in understanding before they move on to support them when they get into those AP courses.
Right.
So that they have the intuitive understanding, not just algorithmic understanding.
Math is like building blocks. You guys know that from building construction. If you miss a brick and try to put a brick on top of that, you got a problem.
Yes.
And that's
Put a wood
exactly
block
what you're
in,
talking
it's just fine.
So come back around. So
Spray foam.
So I just spewed a bunch of pedagogy at you, right? So I was talking education science, but let's come back to the school board. What's the school board's role here? Well, we're in charge of adopting curriculum, and we are supposed to have informed oversight of deployment of curriculum, right? We've had a long conversation about that. We've been detracting that for a while, but it didn't hit the fan until it was in the schools with our higher socioeconomic status things. And they noticed, and that's not how they learned. When they went to school, they went advanced, and they want their kid in that advanced math. My kid's in 5th grade, but he can do, he's okay for algebra 1, he's ready. And they're really concerned that their kid isn't going to get into the AP courses that they feel that they need to have to get into colleges now. So that's the thorny issue that we're grappling with.
Well, thank you.
So how long has this been going?
Grappling now for 7 years, long time,
Mhm.
but it's getting, yeah, it just.
That's
And
kinda-
so we're navigating that. So we have a community outreach. We have community outreach work that we need to do to build the public will to succeed.
Mhm.
We were talking about 5 roles of the board last night. That's the work that we have to do. So that's our story. Hotspots with big districts. It's doing board members to talk next to each other. Really impersonal, I would say. Thinking of the big districts. Yeah,
Polit-
oftentimes it's,
The political divide has certainly entered into that arena.
or even with boards that should be aligned, they are all people that are, I would say progressive, but say really mean things to each other. And break trust inside the board. And that's what they're dealing with. And they're off the rails. They're not functional. They're not able to conduct business. They're a distraction for staff. So, yeah. And so administrators end up positioning themselves to protect the district from the board.
That's sad.
All right,
Even
let's
with
call
our
this meeting to
differences, we're
order
still
at
okay.
17:08.
Yeah, you are. I don't
And
mind making the drive.
start with the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First up, approval of agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda. A second.
Motions, Linda seconds. All in favor? Right, effective meetings, public law and executive sessions.
Yeah. So here we go. Before we dive into the agenda, anything that pops out from last night? Any thoughts? Any aha moments?
Felt like it was really informational last night. I mean, I kind of went home, just thinking about, a lot of what we went through and how it just reassured what we went through the year before. So it kind of just set in with me pretty well.
Feel better about asking questions and what questions to ask about process and where we have it documented and
Yeah. That's the question. Okay. Well, then let's dive into it. What are we going to do tonight? Yeah, so this is all about, we're going to spend a lot of time on process, not the what you're doing. We kind of talked about that last night. What does a board do? This is going to be a lot about how we do it, particularly in a business meeting setting. It's a lot of information. So yeah, feel free to interrupt, ask questions, scenarios, all that stuff. This is a similar slide deck to what I used at summer board conference. And I only got a third of the way through that slide deck. So there was a lot of questions. So feel free to interrupt. We have a lot more time. So. All right. Oh, I already had the prompt. What were you most? Yeah, what was your most important insight? Not just what came up. I was thinking ahead of myself. Most important insight from last night. Sure.
curriculum development. I didn't know any of that process existed. So yeah, the approving of curriculum is my most important thing I learned last night. Probably.
Learning the 5 rules.
5 rules to the board. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have my book with me. It's out in the truck. I couldn't carry it all at the same time. But I thought that was, and it brings me back to really bring me back to home base to start if I lose my way, so to speak. Yeah. And why we're here.
Anything else? Do you have any questions for us? Okay, well, this is a quote from statute that says, "Thou shalt have your meetings in public." Requires an informed public aware of the deliberations and decisions of governing bodies, the information on which such decisions are made is the intent of said statutes that decisions of governing bodies will be arrived at openly. So everything we do, every decision we'll make, except for one, will happen in a public meeting. You're not in front of the public. Okay, so what is public meeting? The convening of a governing body of a public body for which a quorum is required in order to make a decision or to deliberate toward any decision on any matter. We can tell an attorney wrote that. I'm not even sure what that means. I like this definition better. If you got a quorum of the board and you're doing district business, it's a public meeting. That's my speed.
Black and white.
Nice formula.
I really I love this slide. It's like simple. Yeah, it's that simple, folks. That's really not complex. So, but we have lots of different types of meetings, and I get primarily for board secretaries, but sometimes for board members, get lots of questions about types of meetings. We've got a whole array of types of meetings. Regular meetings. These are the ones. Have you had your operational meeting? Have you set your calendar for the next
Yes.
year?
Yeah,
Mhm.
oh,
Well, on the
okay.
calendar. but they didn't.
Okay, so you
No,
set
they
your
did.
calendar.
It was in the resolution.
I thought we did.
Mhm.
Yeah, we did in May.
Okay.
Oh, back. Never mind.
So, so
Yeah.
break-
This one, right?
That one.
yeah, so you set your calendar for the next year.
Yeah.
Good. And so your regular meetings are those. Those are your regular meetings. Those are the
Mhm.
ones that are on your
Yep.
calendar.
Mhm.
Everybody knows that they're gonna happen at the beginning of the week, right?
Mhm.
They have to be reasonably calculated for the public to have notice. Case law indicates that's about 7 to 10 days, those regular meetings. Okay. And you have to post that physically, place where you regularly post them, your district office or whatever, at school, wherever you have those physical postings, probably right across the office, right over there, I would guess. And then any members of the news media that have requested such notices, you need to provide those notices to them. That's statutorily required. Now, most districts, yours included, post your meeting on your website. That's not required, but it's a really nice service. to do. It makes my job a lot easier. Then I can check in and go, what's the link? Yeah, anyway, yeah. So special meetings. These are meetings that fly into your schedule. You've used a few of these. Sounds like the superintendent has been asking the board to have some special meetings. And they fly in. That's why there's a paper airplane there. It's one that we didn't plan on at the beginning of the year, but the board needs to have another meeting, so we add it to our calendar. You need to give at least 24 hours notice. So you got to post the agenda, the notice physically and with the media 24 hours prior to, okay? Which is not too onerous. And you can do anything you would normally. It's a meeting of the board. You can take action. Have a work session. You can go. Emergency meetings. So if the board has to meet and you cannot provide 24 hours notice, you can still have a meeting. That's fine. But you, in the minutes, you have to explain why you couldn't give 24 hours notice. And so this is for real emergencies. This is not, water main broke. Well, maybe that might be an emergency, but I mean, this is usually like wildfires. When we had the wildfires on the east side of the valley, a couple years ago, we had boards that were having emergencies. So they just had to get together and make some decisions. Executive session. So we're going to talk about this in depth, but this is a time when the board, and so it's often a misconception that executive sessions are a separate type of meeting. They're not. They actually occur within the context of a public meeting. You're going to gavel into your meeting, and then the board goes into executive session. Or you can do a bunch of business and have your executive session at the end. And then you come back into your public meeting and gavel out. Okay, so it's a special subset of a public meeting. And you can only do it for very specific reasons. We're going to go over those in detail. Oh yeah, and no action, except student expulsion. Yep. And-
Records, right?
What?
And records, student records.
You can't, well, that's a reason that you can go into
You
executive
can't
session.
do it. Yeah.
The only action that you can take is on a student.
Oh,
expulsion.
action.
But yes, looking at student records is one of them. Okay, work sessions. I get this question a lot. What's a work session? So a work session isn't a type of meeting. It's a procedural label that we apply to it. It can be a regular meeting. It could be a special meeting. It could even be an emergency meeting, you know, if the board had to get together really immediately and have a work session. That's kind of weird. But it's really a label to indicate to the public that the board is going to look at a single topic or just a handful of topics. Probably is not going to take public comment. It's just, it's a specialized meeting. That's true unless you can also have a work session dedicated just to hear from the public. So you can have a public hearing at any time that you choose. So if you want to set aside time. There during the pandemic, there were boards that were having work sessions that were dedicated hearings to talk about or hear from the public on that. That's all they did, just took public comment. So it's just a label for you to give you flexibility. We'll talk, I have a couple slides about formative processes, and those usually happen in the context of a work session rather than a business meeting. We'll talk about that. And your operating meeting, you know, or your operational meeting, and this is specified in policy, and it's required in statute that you have a meeting where you elect your officers, you designate officers for the district. So the clerk for the district is the superintendent. You identify your fiscal officer, insurance agents, legal counsel. There's a whole bunch of things that you do, and that gets all in the resolution, which sounds like the board's are adopted for this year
Mhm.
to designate those things every year. Well, that's a special meeting that we have, and that has to be completed by July 30th every year. Okay, so more on work sessions. So they can be on any type of public meeting. You can also carve them out of the business meeting. So you can say, you know, you can have a work session before you do business. That's fine. Just gavel in, you just do your work session, have a discussion that you need to have. And then you can transition into your business agenda. Yeah, or you can put your work session at the end. It really doesn't matter. Let's see, and this is just saying that it can be on any type of. It's really just on a label that we use. So this slide, I want to go, and I think I've asked this board this question. How do you prepare your packet? Because everybody has a different learning style. So how do you go about, you're getting packets now ahead of time, right?
Mhm.
How early are you getting them?
Friday before the meeting, so
Mhm.
So you're getting them about a week ahead of time? Good,
The best we can.
yeah.
Yeah, they're
Sometimes it
doing
doesn't
board
happen.
books now.
And you're on board.
We're on board books.
Right, okay, so how are you prepping your packets?
I put everything as everything that Sean gives me that he wants to the board. I put it in Google Docs, and then I also, once I'm doing my board book, I attach them to.
Okay. And then board members, when you go into board book, and how do you go about getting ready for your board meeting?
We stumble through and go, oh wait, how do you get there again? Oh wait, how do you do that again? Eventually stumble over it, and find it.
Do you orient yourself to it?
Yeah.
Well, we are now.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody learns different. Some people really like hard copy. I mean, I've been doing digital, but I finally gotten used to board book Premiere. Is that what it is now? The new snazerific one where, and I used to take my own notes in Google Drive. So I'd go through the packet and I'd have my notes. I would actually copy paste the agenda out into a Google Doc. Then I put all my notes, you know, all the things that I wanted to say in the meeting, all the things that I wanted to surface, all the questions that I had, all that stuff. Now with WordBook Premiere, you can put it right into WordBook. So you don't need to go over to Google.
I'm not there yet.
I'm not there yet.
I take a copy of I take a PDF copy of the agenda, I slap it over to my OneNote, and then as I go through my documentation, I write my questions, and then I take my questions and I send them to Sean and say, there's this bit of information, but I want this bit of information. And what does that look like? And things like that. And then And he responds and sends it to the board.
So that's the question I'm asking is literally, how do you go through the packet and get ready for that? You read through, I mean, you're not getting a hard copy anymore, so not writing notes.
I haven't figured out how to write notes yet, but I have figured out how to open it. And thanks to her last month, I figured out how to get to the agenda and the minutes.
Good. So I work in Boardbook, I work in QuickView.
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
Yes, we do.
We do. Okay.
Only level one.
Oh.
Level two has.
We're not ready for level two.
I know, I'm not ready for it. I need to figure out how to. do it.
So say he presses way more buttons than I do.
CSD board, wait, board policy online, Boardbook, there it is. July
That's
7th.
ours.
So this is mine. I can't show you yours.
No, I
because-
mean, like, that's what ours looks like.
Yeah, so I work in QuickView, QuickView.
Yeah, mine looks like that.
So yeah, and let's see, what did I do? Public comment. We didn't have any public.
Oh, yeah, add notes.
I don't know
That's
how you
pretty
do
easy.
that. Mine
What?
doesn't have that.
You don't have the notes?
No, that
No.
might be level, might be a different level then.
Figure level two.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
pull it up there.
Surely figuring out how to turn on the notes.
Okay.
Yeah, because this is really helpful.
I would love to have that.
So I was, I just dropped my emotion in there already, so I'm ready to make that motion when I go in the meeting. So you'll notice I'll pull motion language in here. Not snippets.
Oh, that would be so nice.
Yeah, and then you just make your notes right in the thing. Let's see. Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't go to that meeting. So I was teaching. Let's see. Did I do anything?
I don't
in
see
this
a
meeting?
quick view.
Quick view.
Adopt minutes.
Show us where you found the quick.
Yeah,
again
show us
really
where you
quick.
found the quick
Go
view.
back.
My view is Jason.
So.
Go to
click
the
in,
meeting.
Let's see. Well, that's budget committee. That's not gonna make a second.
So you go into the meeting.
So let me find one where I actually did something.
There's
Look at,
the
see right
meeting
there,
quick
So
quick
view.
view.
last
view meeting
meeting date.
details.
Yeah.
And then
Last
meeting
meeting
quick
was
view.
July
Nine.
That's what I find really useful.
Oh, that-
I need to go get my computer.
We have preview, I've seen it.
So
But I
board,
don't remember the
board
notes.
member reports. So when my colleagues
Ah,
are,
we do
There
have
it
it.
is. We do have quick view,
yeah,
Oh,
but I
Huh.
don't see the,
Scroll down.
I'm looking at notes. It may not be in our level.
I don't see the add
No,
note
but it is a
page.
lot nicer than the sidebar.
oh yeah.
Yeah, the quick view.
Quick view is really nice. And if you can get you can talk, I mean, someone to know, who does customer service for board? Is that policy, the policy team?
I'm sorry.
Who do you talk to for support on board?
Try to, I either email them or go in and try to find the answer.
Yeah, see if you can get the notes turned on for your board.
Yeah,
'Cause
I'll
This
have
is
to-
really
I'll have to
nice.
ask them.
Yeah, why don't you find out how to do that?
Okay.
So you can see I'm taking notes and these are notes that I took in the meeting. What's really nice is any notes that you take in your meeting, those are public record. And they should be retained. We often just run doodles and everything, but here it's all stored
It's all right there.
So no muss, no fuss, and it's not on my personal device. I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah,
It's
I
all
like it.
here.
I like
Let's see.
that.
Student rep report. So we had our student reps talking. So I was like, oh, sorry.
so that's your notes you were
Those are
taking.
my notes that I'm
Those are
taking
your
in
notes.
the meeting.
So that's in the
Public
meeting.
comment. So when someone comes and speaks, I'm taking notes, so I note their name. So if I want to follow up with any of these people,
Mm-hmm.
I can track them down and find them. Say, oh, I want to talk to,
I like
Rigel
it.
Woodside about this thing that happened at Franklin School.
Oh my gosh, that would make it so much easier.
Yes, yeah.
So yeah, well, public comments, I'm sitting there banging away at the keyboard, recording that. And you can see, I'm just capturing the essence of what they're saying.
Mhm.
I'm not trying to capturing everything. So yeah, workbook is really nice. And this is a nice way to go through and then you can, let's see. You can mark these up.
Train people on business, but they don't do as good job.
Well, I was not prepared to do a training on BoardBook, and I am certainly not a power user of BoardBook.
But it helps just seeing you scroll through and how you're doing this. That helps, doesn't it?
So you can also annotate these documents. So let's see, I
That-
want to make it bigger so I can
Really?
actually read it. Golden Apple Award. So I can like grab
Oh,
some
annotate.
text here and I can highlight it and go, I'll make a comment here. Wow, that is awesome. You know, and then I can say, oh. Also, I could have gone in here and could have edit, and I can change the text on this, so I can put like, wow, it's awesome. That's really where I want it. Save, and now this one that let it know that. So if there's something specific in the text of the document that we're working on, I can go back to that and get into there and I can go, oh, okay, that was what I was thinking of when I prepped my packet. I was like, because I don't remember all that stuff afterwards.
Edit this.
My brain's
Put that
like
in
a
right
sieve,
now. Add
so I need
So you're gonna
this.
make
Oh,
old people
maybe
learn
she's
even
scanning
more
them.
of those electronic new tricks? Oh my
What?
God.
Is that a PDF?
Yeah.
Okay,
This is-
so
Yeah.
What kind of file format is that? Because we can't seem to do that on ours.
this is scanned in. That's or maybe because
yeah.
it's brought over
So
from.
this is a PDF.
Yeah, so it needs to be brought in as a PDF attachment, and I wonder if that's different if it's coming over from Google Drive as a Google Drive attachment. So we might have to bring them in differently.
How can we tell? How can we tell what type of file this is?
You go to the agenda.
I don't know how to get rid of that.
Scroll down. So
See,
it
these
says
are all
it's a
P-
PDF,
says-
but
Yeah.
they're scanned documents.
Yeah.
Oh, over there on your right?
So-
Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of this. I mean, oh, maybe.
click
it's
on that.
up There. So now I can go back to my
Yeah,
document. Like I said, I'm not a power user.
Oh, there I can highlight.
see,
So then
Can
I
I
can go
highlight
back
that?
to my meeting. Go back to my agenda.
Yeah,
and
have
learned
but
that
one.
know
Click
that
that.
It's still open. I mean, that thing is
I
still
can go
open.
back.
I
So,
can go
but
back.
that
can't
superintendent's
highlight.
report is still, it's still open there.
Yeah, I figured that one out too.
So that, you can have a bunch of these
Yeah.
tabs. That gets a little confusing. So I'll
At least I
close
can
things
do
like
a comment there.
that.
I
So-
try to leave the ones open that I think are important, so if I have a question, then it might ring a bell, but otherwise then I close them.
The point here is that you are lay members of the public and the district is pouring all this really specialized information at you. And it's hard. There's a lot of studying that you have to do. Prepping a packet. How long do you spend prepping a packet?
Oh, about 3
I was
hours
gonna
or
say
4.
3 hours was the last one.
Yeah,
It gets better with time. I can prep a modest sized meeting and. Really quick.
oh, I take my time and I read everything. Sometimes I go back and read it a couple times.
Well, it's the contracts on the last one that got me.
Yeah,
to
those
conclusion.
you have to, you have
the
to.
financial reports for me, I'm like, that's not my forte.
Those ones are easy.
Well, and you
Well, I
also,
mean, kind
the
of,
other-
sort of, they're still not telling a story though.
No,
I
not
mean,
completely.
so there's still a lot to go for us to be on the same page as our business manager.
I
Well,
still
they-
have a lot of questions there.
what makes me groan is policies, policy review, because we don't have, you guys have a policy committee?
No, for us,
No.
So the whole board reviews policy.
Mhm.
So in Corvallis, we do the same thing. We used to have a policy committee, but then the policy committee would be referring policies to the board and the board would pick a policy anyway. Well, the
Mhm.
point of having a committee is to do that work ahead of time
Mhm.
and make the system more efficient, but it didn't work
Mhm.
because
You didn't like what they were doing.
picky board, you know, would sit there and pick at the policy anyway. So the whole board is the policy committee.
I see these files are PDFs too.
So, yeah,
yeah, but when he opens them, they look
yeah, these are
different.
all
look different.
PDFs.
Yeah.
So,
Open your, can you open your superintendent's report again?
Yeah.
real quick?
note that it's still there, see?
Yeah, but see, that's different than what we're seeing. Ours is
Yeah.
a scanned PDF.
Yeah,
I wonder if theirs is a saved PDF.
I wonder if,
It-
because we.
Well, it was originally a Word document probably, or. it was
And
a
they
Google
saved it
Doc,
as a
saved
PDF.
as a PDF.
Then uploaded it versus
Correct.
we've been scanning
Scanning them
ours.
as
Scanning
needed.
is a lot
Yeah.
harder to do because it's not a true
That might
document.
be what the difference is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That
So
would
what, know
be-
what that is, that scans as an image.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a
That's why you
scanned
can't-
document.
That's why you can't highlight it because it's
Right.
no longer.
You can
Right.
still drop comments on
Yep.
that though. If
Yeah.
have-
Yeah, you can do
still drop a
comments.
comment.
But you can't do highlights.
So you get that when you get complaint documents, when it's a legal document, they scan that, it'll be an image. or something. Cool, okay, bunny trail, that was fun.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah,
No
that really
worries.
helped.
Yeah, so
I'll be calling you.
3 hours is a
Yeah.
very reasonable.
So can we
amount of
hold a
time.
virtual work session where we do? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, 3 hours is a very reasonable time for a board member to spend prepping a normal forecast. Very reasonable. Could take them all. You know, big ones, you have a big policy update, you got 10 policies to go through. Those take forever.
Those are our snoring books is what we call those.
Okay. So preparing packets, yeah. So give yourself plenty of time, get comfortable, spend some time with it. It's just part of board work. This is the glory part. This is what we really signed up for, sitting there, prepping packets.
Sunday evening after all your chores are done, computer's open, you're sitting on the couch doing your work.
In your buddy's.
Yep.
Yep, okay. Oh, the board chair. Oh, my goodness. Near and dear to my heart. Being chair is really a tough job. It is, you are a servant leader of the board. Remember that the meetings of the board are the boards, it's not the chairs. The chair facilitates the group, but it's the group that sets the rules and holds the rules. So yeah, they're the facilitator, where they're asked to enforce the rules as we go along. But this is where we get into the kind of you have to be outside yourself a little bit. You don't get to be as much of a board member because you're thinking about how do I get the best out of this group? So you're thinking about how do I conduct this meeting to get the most out of it? You don't have the luxury of sitting thinking about what do I think about this particular topic. It's more about how to get the best decision out of this group. So retaining focus, it's just, you have to be stepped back from the actual work of the board a little bit. They also serve as the board's spokesperson. So we talked about that a little bit, electronic communications last time, but also with the news media, in public meetings with the public, they're the one that speaks on behalf of the board. It's important that the chair not be prospective or speculative about what the board might do. You can talk about what the board has done in the past. You can talk about the conversations the board has had. You can't talk about what the board might do. Because you don't know. You don't have that authority. The chair doesn't have control. But yeah, it's a tough job. All right. We talked a little bit about the qualities of effective meetings. Remember that we talked about behaviors and practices that have positive impacts on student outcomes. This is kind of related to that. So yeah, you want to have meetings that's end on time. You want to respect the time of your colleagues. I have the saying that no good board work gets done after 9 p.m. We're all human beings. We get tired. If it's 11 o'clock, you are not getting good output. You want to follow your agenda. You don't want to amend your agenda unless you really have to. There will be times when your superintendent will come to you with an operational issue or decision. And you may have to give them a full amount of it in your packet. And so we will ask you to put that on. I remember I was working with the board. This was at the beginning of the school year, and got a call from a board member because they were cranky because superintendent blindsided him with an agenda item. It was around the number of exchange students. And they had more exchange students subscribed for their district than was allowed under board policy. And the superintendent was asking for to raise that threshold from 7 to 10. So, yeah, and there wasn't time to notify board members. It was kind of an emergency. So, you know, that's the type of thing that might be sprung on. And at that point, you go, okay, well, we'll throw it on the agenda, and the superintendent can make their case and talk about and fill you in. And if there's any information gaps, you can answer questions, and hopefully the board can make a decision on that night. So the district can go ahead and serve kids. You definitely want your meetings to be orderly. We don't want to throw chairs. We'll talk more about, you know, the types of behavior that are out of order. But yeah, we don't want governance to be entertainment. School boards have become entertainment, and people should not be tuning into your school board meetings because they're fun to watch.
We have had that for quite some time.
So yeah, conduct your business with care and respect. Have respect for each other, and model the behavior that you would expect from anybody else. Everyone needs to be heard. This is really important. Everybody's got different views. Each of you comes to this work with different experiences and values, and it's important that everybody has an opportunity. We'll talk about some nuts and bolts ways of making that happen. Hey, spend more time on students. Remember that from last night? School boards that spend more time talking about student outcomes and student achievement than to have higher outcomes. So allocate more of your agenda to those topics. That means you're going to have to let go of some things. Look at your agenda critically. It's like, how is this agenda item affecting student outcomes? This is improving student outcomes. If you can't draw a causal link to that, chuck it, get it off your agenda. Well, they have 36 hours. Succinct reports. So I'm a big fan of getting reports, having staff reports in your packet. Read your packet, get that report, and then having staff come in, maybe present for 5 minutes. You know, not a big, long slide deck, but just briefly give a report and then take your questions. So have questions, and that's fun.
So we just recently went to having our admin staff come in and give reports. Should we ask them just to highlight, just give us a highlight of your report for the community and those watching, and then open it up to questions?
Yeah, if there's anything that they want to lift out of that, but keep it short.
That's,
And-
that's gonna be the challenge, though.
But highlights, I mean, like 2 to 3 hot, awesome things that happened.
That's why I have them submitted in writing form.
Okay.
Well, I feel like we're right, wrong, or indifferent. I think the community would still like to hear it. It's like on the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've read it, but then we're just like, oh, there's the admin reports. Anybody have any questions on those?
Oh, and the public can read
So-
it too.
That wasn't out there last time for them to read, unfortunately.
So,
But it will be.
so you get reports from your building administrators?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What board works in it? Why do you have those reports?
They just give them to him and he gives them to us. I don't,
Just
Tell us
keep
what's
them
going on.
updated.
I would challenge you to take a look at that practice.
Can I go back?
And how is that impacting student outcomes?
We had
Good point.
a maintenance guy that was here every meeting and he gave his report. It almost became like he was more of one of you than the maintenance guy.
Mhm.
And then we pulled it. It got where it was almost awkward. Because it wasn't stuff that we needed to really hear, but it became like it was too important. It couldn't be left out it was just, it wasn't really useful to the board because we, just like I said, we didn't need it. But to him, it became very important. That makes sense.
Mhm.
And it was really strange. And when we pulled it out, he got really offended.
So it's a cultural shift. And you guys are in no way unique. There are cajillions of school boards hearing reports from their staff that have absolutely nothing to do with the work that they're doing.
So it makes me think that the admin report should really only be submitted to us when there's a decision needed on the agenda that they can impact. Their information helps us to make that decision. So like,
Absolutely.
I'm gonna throw out their softball, like a softball program. The AD's report can impact his report, his opinion, what he's done with other schools can impact the decision, can inform how we make our decision.
Yes.
But otherwise, if he doesn't have something that we need to make a decision on, why do we need an AD report?
And I bet a lot of that, situational awareness information could get rolled up into superintendent's report.
I could
But
easily
again,
address it in the superintendent's report.
Superintendent reports need to be short and punchy. Don't go on and on.
But the superintendent sends us weekly updates. So all of those
Offline,
things
yeah, perfect.
Mhm.
could be addressed in the
And-
updates we get,
Mhm.
the operational updates we get
Yep.
weekly and not in our board meetings.
Yeah,
I like that
We
idea.
could,
now you're thinking.
we could.
And so the reports that we get that I would like to hear even on the board meetings are the teachers' reports on the students and how's it going and new things that they're doing and how's that working, and those are the things I want to hear
Mhm.
personally.
But how does that interpolate into board
Well,
work?
because
what
it's
board work
spending,
is related to that.
well, it's spending time on the students, more time on the students and highlighting their successes. It may not be board work, but it's going back to more time on the students.
Yeah, I mean, and particularly if there's resource allocations that the board may have interest in. Yeah, or informed oversight of programmatic deployment. I can see an argument. But you should be asking yourself, what's the board work? Anytime you have something in this room, that you guys working, this is board work? It's not board work. then You got more important things to work on.
Except
Look
for,
at data.
I just would like to highlight the students and what they're doing that's so successful. Because it
Yeah.
makes them feel good that, oh, look, they're listening, they're talking about us.
Well, that's why we have the Celebrate Student Success.
Yeah,
That's exactly what that's supposed to do.
yeah. And that's
Yeah.
that's what I,
Yeah. Does that fulfill what you're wanting?
yes.
Okay.
I would just say be efficient with that.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So now we're gonna change something that we say that's gonna be in process.
So have conversations, don't make all these changes. I'm
Yeah.
gonna throw a bunch of stuff at you.
Because the community's looking for those reports, so we need a way to give them those reports, not with the board. That makes
And
sense?
we could use, yeah, let me think about that.
Because I got a lot of texts that they didn't get these reports at our board meetings.
Oh, because, yeah, we just
I think
jumped.
Because it
Well, that's
wasn't
gonna,
there.
that's gonna come with board books. Like you said, we had a.
No, that's fine. It just
little
needs to
profile.
keep going for the public to know what's going on at the school
Mhm.
if we drop this out of our
Well,
stuff.
I onboarded our new PIO the other day, and we're gonna be starting to do a weekly newsletter to the community. And a lot of that stuff will be integrated in that newsletter.
That's a really great
Perfect.
idea.
And
As long
yeah.
as there's something out there to suffice the community and what's going on at the school, and what
yes,
projects are happening and all that.
yes, yes.
Well, and that could take it off of
Yes.
our plate and
Yeah.
give it to the community.
Yeah.
That would be even
Yeah.
better.
We're gonna use the district website, social media, printed formats. You know, I even talked about with certain people in this community, they're not computer literate, they're not on Well, send them a flyer then, you know, a printout of the newsletter.
Mhm.
I have no problem with that. I think getting that information out, and that might solve this whole thing,
I think
you know?
I'm gonna go back and look at the past agendas and do kind of that carve out of where did we make a board decision on based on this information? Where was our need? And then because I think that's where once we carve out and go, okay, Sean, figure out what to do with this so it still gets to the community. This needs to still get out there, but maybe it doesn't need to get out in our board meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So what you could do is engage your new PIO, development and communication plan. So
Mhm.
what's the board's role, what's staff's role, what's gonna
Mhm.
communicate,
Mhm.
communicate it out, and how is that gonna happen?
Mm-hmm.
That would be good work for this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we
I
can
feel like it-
even, sorry,
No, you go ahead.
we can even do the flyer, and if you bring them up to the cafe, set them right on the counter.
And
Absolutely.
even if you have
Because-
Merck and
Yeah.
grab one. And
We talked about the Mercantile, we talked about your cafe, we talked about the post office,
Yeah,
any of those places, library.
library.
yeah. Because I can make copies even, and people take them, have them, whatever.
Sure, yeah,
Mhm,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
So they can see the happenings, what's going on in the school
Yeah.
district.
mhm. Good idea.
I like it.
rules for proceedings, yeah, you wanna have rules for your meetings. Use Robert for your business meetings. Be sure to only use as much Robert's rules as you need. Yeah, we're gonna go through this sheet here in a little while. I have looked at many parliamentary procedure guides, and so this is a pared down version. Just the essential things that you need to get it done. So only use as much meat rules as you need to be efficient and effective. Where's, yeah, the Robert's Rules of Order, in short, that's way more rules than what you need. Okay. And then just coming back to this idea of, that your meetings are conducted with care and respect. I love this sort of phrase. I stole it from Sayus Lines in their governance handbook. That's where I got that. Really like that. So just hold that in the back of your head. Are we conducting our meeting with care and respect? And we can get sideways. You can even tell that to your public. We're going to conduct this meeting with care and respect. We expect from both board members. All right, 6 principles of meetings. Here's a bunch embedded in these slides. So the first one is really, this is like the foundation of democracy. So yeah, the majority has the right to decide, and but we want to hear from the minority. If you are on the dissenting side of a decision, it is incumbent upon you to voice your concerns about why you have difficulties with that decision. That's why you're a group of people making decisions. Yeah, if you're dissenting and you feel sure about a decision, you need to share that anxiety. It's not other people on the board may not be feeling that or see that. So we all have blind spots, and board members we cover each other's blind spots.
I like that.
So we operationalize this by using a practice of the 2 times round robin, and the chair uses speaking charts to control that. I think I've talked a little bit about 2 times round robin. You guys use it?
We have,
I used it, we had a more sensitive topic last time, just because of the amount of visibility it's gotten from the public, and so we used it for a land issue.
So let's talk about it. So here's how it works. So the person who made the motion gets to speak first. And of course, the chair will speak last. Everyone has a chance to speak once before anyone gets to speak again. And we'll only speak twice to any agenda item. And if you're really good at this, you limit your comments to like 2 minutes. You're gonna implement that.
For each one,
Yeah, 2 minutes for each board member.
for each.
Well, for each topic.
Each one.
Well, and yeah, or that would be 4 minutes. 4 times 5, that's 20 minutes.
So that's
Of meeting
a lot of.
That's a lot of. So that's plenty of time to talk. what this does is that when you prep your packet, you are gonna set your talking points. You're gonna plan what you want to say, because you're only gonna get 2 shots at it. So you're gonna get those important key points out. So you'll want to prep your packet. You don't want to come unprepared, because you won't be prepared to speak to them.
But Steve being unprepared, part of our statements can be, I don't have enough information to support this. Like, there's just, as a voting member, I wouldn't feel comfortable voting it with the information I have been provided.
So that, in that situation, you want to raise a point of information. We'll talk about that
Okay.
in just a second. So this is a great way to keep your meetings efficient, so you don't.
And you do that on every agenda.
Action item or agenda item.
Yeah, this is a business meeting, so we're taking action.
Okay.
Actually,
Yeah, this is, like I said, this is all in the context of a business meeting. This is not a work session. This is a business meeting. We're running our agenda, we're making decisions. But yeah, we're gonna be really efficient. And we're gonna ensure everybody has an opportunity to hear it. So, the chair will recognize the person in turn, or you can go popcorn style. But if you're gonna do that, it's really important to have a speaking chart. And so this is what that can look like. This top one, you can put it in line in your agenda. So your board secretary can add a speaking chart on your items for action. Or if you want to control questions for staff on reports, so you can have questions. So if you're just getting a report, yeah, you'll have 2. So you want to prioritize your questions, or you're going to want to send them in ahead of time. Send email before the meeting. And if you don't get that one, you only get your 2 questions, and then you got to email the rest to the superintendent, and then he'll send that to that staff member who's providing that. You're only going to get 2 questions, right? Because we're doing the 2-time round robin. All you get. You're not wasting your time. So what you do is you're going through
I was gonna
this.
say she'll have it done beforehand.
So to do this, well, and these names go with Springfield Board, but I could have changed it. So you just go stepwise, so Director Mann, the board, the chair recognizes each person in turn, or you go popcorn style, and you're ticking along. You get 2 tick marks, and then if it's for action, you go ahead and move to the vote, and then you can record the vote on this. Why is that important? Well, sometimes we're doing virtual meetings, and the board said this actually happens in this scenario. Board secretary's computer died. It was brought up on the computer. Yeah, it wasn't plugged in. And so didn't record the vote, wasn't saved. So, and yeah, they weren't using this method. And so the chair didn't have the physical record of the vote. So it's a nice way to record the vote. Yeah, in 2 places. So if there is a problem, the secretary has a problem, the chair has the record of the vote. You can do it as a separate speaking chart. I've used this with you guys when I've been virtual. I write down all the directors' names, and then it's just a matrix, and I'm just keeping track. So and I said, when the board gets quiet and I ask a question, nobody wants to answer, I say, I have a list, I will call them. I've got a speaking chart just like that. I will call them. And then as they speak, if I want to hear from everybody, I take it off.
Is there a way to take your agenda items from board books and insert it into a spreadsheet, so you're not creating a spreadsheet from scratch?
Isn't there an annotated?
I don't know if you could do it in Word book.
One board doesn't do a vote. You can actually say
Yeah, you can include those as well. And surely I've got an old agenda from back when I was chairing, and it has that. So it has no places for who made the motion, who seconded, and then the speaking chart, all the steps to go through your parliamentary procedure for each action.
And that would be the written form that you would have that backs up, or electronic form in case your
Right.
computer dies.
And then you can also have, ceremonial notes, what are those things that you need to say? Just notes for you, as you're going for the chair, what are those key things that need to be said on the particular?
So what does the board feel about the chair saying, Director Webb, what's your vote? Director Lindbergh, what's your vote?
I'm not 100% on board with that yet, but
I'm more on board with that only because I can't hear everybody, can't see everything at the same time, and I think
The way we sit back there, it's especially for somebody that's a little bit hard of hearing, it's hard to hear the people clear on the end. So you're going, did you vote?
So, yeah, you're talking about how to conduct a vote. So I'm a big fan of roll call votes. Yeah, I mean, how you vote is a matter of public record.
yeah,
And so, I mean, it needs to be recorded accurately for the minutes. So roll call vote ensures that. Also, if you're virtual, it's really important to do a roll call vote because it's hard to tell. the vote.
well, I'm okay with the roll call vote. It's cutting off discussion. Sometimes we have items that take a little more time than 2 questions. And so that one might be a little harder for me to swallow, but
So if you get into that situation and the board still wants to, continue debate, you can make a motion to suspend the rules and continue debate.
Okay.
Do that. You just make the motion. You just say, seek recognition and say, Madam Chair, I move that the board continue debate for, that each board member be recognized for this discussion. Continue. It's your meeting. You can do whatever you want.
I'm okay with that. And I'm totally fine with roll call vote because I know
I thought
sometimes.
that's what you were.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
Because I know sometimes I'm sitting like this and he says, I, and they're like, what'd you say? Did you vote? And so then I'm like,
Robert's
sorry.
like, I did it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and that's a key point. It's your meeting.
Okay,
In the past, that we've changed this, but in the past, a lot of times if somebody is feeling negative about something, they just don't vote. They don't say anything instead of saying no. And that creates a problem because you're trying to find out why they're not saying anything and it's the action.
We're gonna talk about that here in just a little bit. I have strong feelings about that topic. So. Okay, principle 3, members have a right to information to help make decisions. Justine, I think you were the one that raised this. Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm not sure. What about this? Point of information. I mean, I don't know. What's the budgetary impact of blah, 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 blah. Oftentimes your staff won't have the answer to that, just like that. But if they don't, and you don't feel like you can make a decision, or you feel like the board shouldn't make a decision because there's an absence of information, we use postponement to a specific time.
Mhm.
I move to postpone this agenda item to the next business meeting, or you can say specific date.
we've done that. We've definitely.
Is that the
done that.
tabling?
Called it tabling, but it's postponement. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Postponement is the appropriate. motion.
Okay.
But just
I
for
mean,
point of
the intent-
clarification, what's the difference between tabling and postponement?
Oh, it's
Table is when you do it in the same meeting. You table something in the same meeting. But you postpone.
Oh.
So like
Well
if we
said.
needed to table a conversation because somebody's not here to answer the questions, then we could table it till
Until they
later.
come on the Zoom or
Yeah.
whatever.
Okay,
There we go.
thank you, Shirley.
yeah, courtesy and respect are required. Yes, indeed. Okay, so these are the things that are out of order. So interrupting. So you have to seek recognition of the chair. Speak. You shouldn't speak out of turn. Or the chair is facilitating. So if you haven't been recognized, there's no reason to speak, right? So we shouldn't be talking over each other. Criticizing past actions of the board. you're participating in something that's bigger than you, it doesn't mean that you can't apply, you can't state what your position was on a particular decision. Matter of public record anyway. So when we're in public, we don't criticize past actions of the board and when we're meeting with them. Unless the board is taking that matter up again, which you can raise your concerns about that. It's about protecting the institution of the school board. Personal remarks. Yeah, we don't want to get personal. Especially in this space. Questioning or criticizing other people's motives, discourteous remarks, insulting language, personal attacks, inflammatory language. Who defines these things? Those are all very subjective. Who defines that? What is inflammatory language? In this room,
Whatever offends somebody. I mean, it's subjective.
who determines that?
The person that it's directed at.
This is your role. So you define what is inflammatory and so. Okay?
Right.
You have to define that for your own board. Okay? So the way we enforce this is with point of order or the chair. I mean, you may, I mean, you live in the same community, you might have a pretty good sense of what's offensive and what's not, but so the chair should be able to enforce that. But if something happens and the chair doesn't enforce the rules, any member of the board can raise a point of order. This is your secret weapon to ensure the quorum in your boardroom. Point of order. Members' comments were insulting. Director Adams is a lying, dirty ratbag. Comments from member, and you raise it, service it, and then the chair says the point is well made. The member will refrain from personal attacks. Thumbs up again. You gavel them and tell them you ask the person to refrain from those remarks.
Do you
So-
use point of order with the public, or is that something different?
I mean, the public, the only time the public gets to speak in your meeting is during public comment. Otherwise, the public needs to be silent.
But during public comment, you can't silence them unless it's after their time. You still wouldn't silence them, you'd go into recess. But if they continued, it wouldn't stop, and they're after their 3
You're
minutes.
talking about if they're in the audience.
Nope, if they're on their public comment. And we have our 3-minute mark for them to talk and things like that.
We're going to talk about public comment.
Let's table that.
Okay,
Very good.
so
ran
if
into
you
that.
don't think that the comment that Director Adams is a dirty ratbag, if you don't think that's offensive, you could appeal the chair's decision. You say appeal, and you can appeal the decision of the chair. And this is so if the chair is being domineering, isn't accurately enforcing the rules of the board, then any member of the board can appeal the ruling of the chair. It takes 2/3 vote to appeal and overturn the decision of the chair. Okay. It's not that complex. I think it's on here. All these things are on here. All members have equal rights and privileges and obligations. We're all equal in this space, including the chair. No one has no more authority than any other board member. And we do this by, just controlling our discussion, and making sure that we're following the rules. Go diligently through.
Let's go back. Just want to emphasize because, no,
Which
right
one
there,
here?
that one right there. I know this has been a question that comes up quite often in terms of the authority of the board chair versus the board membership.
Yeah.
And I've seen this in multiple scenarios. So if you wouldn't mind maybe addressing that a little bit more.
So the authority of the chair is really just to facilitate the meeting. They don't have additional authority. They do the one power that the chair does have is that they collaborate with the superintendent on the development of the agenda. So, and often the vice chair is involved with that. So you'll have the superintendent, chair, and vice chair, and the board secretary, if you're good, all meeting together to build agendas for the board. That said, the chair is the servant leader of the board. So they should be incorporating input from board members. So if you have something that you want to see on an agenda, you're going to submit that to the chair and the superintendent. And that they should be incorporating that into an agenda, on the agendas. If it's board work, but that is one of the tests that they're going to apply to that. Is this board work? What type of finish are we using on the backstop of the softball field? That board work? That's not going to be an agenda item on a board meeting. And so in that situation, the chair has to politely have a conversation with that member. So you would have to tell me that's an operational topic, and we're not going to bring that into a board meeting, but you can follow the superintendent. That answer the question?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
I think it's just important to flesh that out so people know what the parameters are. 'Cause oftentimes misinterpreted that the chair has all the power.
Right.
No, they don't. Everyone is equal.
And has it ever been voted on, like the board, like the chair could speak for the board, if the board votes on that?
It is, well, it's in the policy, so you probably have a policy to delineate the responsibilities of board officers. So that's one of the responsibilities of the chair. So it's in the policies already. In special situations, the chair can be given authority to speak on behalf or sign documents on behalf of the board. But
But doesn't the entire board have to understand that the chair is speaking on their behalf then, or signing on?
That's what I mean, because
That's
it's
what I
been
mean,
done in
'cause
the past.
It's been, yeah, because it has been, and it's like, actually, I don't agree
That's
with
not how I
that, and we
speak.
didn't have that conversation. So that's where one of those things that it's like, I would feel more comfortable as the chair that the board was in agreement that I spoke on their behalf.
right, you can't make decisions for the board.
No.
Particularly legally binding ones. Yeah, you don't have that authority.
But no, just, I mean, even making a
Like
statement to a
speaking on
reporter
behalf.
or
Yeah.
answering questions on behalf of the board.
So let's go back to that. What can you say about the board? So if a
Past
reporter asks you,
decisions that we've made.
and things that board members have said in meetings, you can reflect the sentiment of board members. Some, the board, you're not gonna say verbatim, you're gonna say, this board member said that, this board member said that. You can say that the board has decided this way, and here are the reasons why,
Okay,
or the topics that were surfaced in that discussion. But you wanna keep it high level and be careful.
you talk to your superintendent and your public information officer.
Yeah, we
Exactly.
can help you with
I
some
mean,
of
that's,
those things.
yeah, I
Absolutely.
can't imagine that we're gonna get into the same
So,
predicaments that was needed in the past. So,
and if a reporter reaches out to you, I strongly recommend getting the questions ahead of time.
Yes,
So
in writing.
if they cold call you, and they catch you, you can say, sorry, I can't talk right now. Can you email me your questions and then I'm gonna call you back.
That's a great idea.
Yep.
And then you can run and talk to your PIO and
Yep.
superintendent,
Yep.
get on the same page.
We can formulate answers.
And it gives you time to think about, oh, what did we talk about 3 months ago? Okay, I remember that, maybe like 2 minutes ago. Okay, and I'm ready to have this conversation.
okay, so just on that point, what if Deb gets cold called from a reporter? Does she say, oh, you know what, I'm gonna direct you to my chair, or feel free to email your questions to the chair, or how, because that was one thing I just didn't answer, and then I text them back and say, I'm sorry, this is who I need you to contact for your questions.
That's a great way to wiggle out of it.
I just said, when I answered him, and I just said, I'm sorry, at this time, I have no comments. However, call Sean or
Mhm.
you, or Ron, our chair at the time.
So if you, wow. It's perfect communication. So.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So if you do go on the record with a reporter, if you're just as an individual, be sure to submit that you're making clear to that reporter that you're speaking as an individual board member.
Yeah.
And not for the whole board. If you make that choice, but I don't.
I just say no comment. I have no comment.
And conversely, board chair, when you speak to a reporter, you will be speaking to as the whole board. Even if you share, you say are explicit and say, this is my personal opinion, it will be misconstrued.
Yes,
Mhm.
every
Because you
single
don't have a
time.
personal opinion when you speak on behalf of the board. You have the board's
Well,
decision, not even
you do
opinion,
have
you have the
personal
board's
opinion.
decision.
But
I was gonna say decision, not opinions.
Yeah, that's what I
because
mean. It's,
Yeah.
this is the board's decision that we made after long,
Yeah.
in-depth conversations to understand this is the board's decision.
yeah, so yeah, as board chair, just really can't share on this one. It's
And I-
really,
I'm gonna weigh in on this, because I've had a lot of experience with reporters in my career. I've noticed that the reporting, the accuracy reporting has gotten even worse over time.
Mm.
And they take sound bites,
They gotta have a
And they-
story.
they misquote you, and they dramatize
They
things.
just take a component of
They
what you
take a
say.
component of what you say to
Mhm.
fit into what they want to, say in their article. So what I've resorted to is saying, email me your questions in writing. And then we will respond in writing. And then oftentimes when we respond in writing, I'll have my PIO actually write an article that's similar to that. And we'll post it on our website. We'll send it out to the press. So people see what we're saying.
Mhm.
Because when it comes in as a sound bite in their article, they can go back and say, that's not what the district said. It
I
was
saw
taken out of context.
When it's
Yeah.
in writing,
a
it's
lot
in
of
writing.
that this
Yeah.
year.
And man, they will crucify you.
and I mean, newspapers are short on staff, so that reporter is slammed. They got a deadline. So if you give them actual copy, they're gonna use it.
Yes. There's times I've written the articles for them
Yep,
and they like it.
it works great.
Works
Thank
great.
you. Sorry,
Okay,
off topic, but thanks.
no, that's the whole point of this. Okay, so members will seek recognition before speaking. No one may speak a second time, tell everyone who wishes to be heard and spoken once. Chair as well, use round robin. Oh, we don't want sidebars. So actually, under Robert, we can have sidebars unless they're disruptive under Robert. School board meetings, I just recommend don't just someone in the audience if they're close. Just doesn't look good. Similarly, we should be handling our mobile devices and, on Facebook Messenger, chatting with members of the public while we're in a school board meeting. Not appropriate. Also, what you're typing, that's part of the public record. And it's discovered.
So expand on that, because that got expanded on in the conference a little bit.
Yeah.
It's not just that one conversation during the meeting, it's your personal device is now discovered.
Yeah.
The entirety of it.
Yes, they will search the whole thing.
So
Everything.
it's not just a message between us. It's all of my messages that could be now investigated to see what anything that I had sent.
Yes, they will look for all your public communication. So if you're texting the superintendent, if you're texting each other, those are all discoverable. If
Mhm,
you're doing that, it's
mhm,
public record,
mhm,
your devices can be found. My device, it's right with public record.
mhm,
It's full of text with my superintendent.
mhm.
And so we don't want to have conversations of substance on our devices either. So, ask the superintendent, hey, you got a second to chat? Thank you.
Mhm.
I will say I'm pretty glued to my phone most of the time, but I do like the idea of moving forward as no devices on our tables, because I think that well, it gets caught right on that. So
And
everybody
people
can see
learn.
it, yeah.
They can see you, they're watching you. And if you're doing the business in your school district and you got your nose in your phone, that it's not a good look. Interruptions are only allowed to maintain order. How do we maintain order? How do we interrupt to maintain order? Say, point of order, good job. Yeah, that's an interruption or appeal. Point of information, that's also an interruption. So those are motions that go over the. Okay. Last one, members have a right to an efficient meeting. So we're gonna work stepwise through our agenda. You guys do a good job with this. We don't jump around. Just move linearly through our agenda. So we're doing one subject at a time. We're gonna make sure our remarks are germane for the agenda, which just means we're gonna stay on topic. We're not gonna wander off. We're not gonna have a conversation about something else. Focus on that. We use point of order fairly frequently.
We're
to
getting
rein
better.
ourselves.
We are getting
We're
better.
getting better.
There's times where it's gonna happen.
Does.
Yeah.
I mean, we all do this because we enjoy it. We're passionate about kids. We're passionate about education. It's easy to get into a conversation. That's why I'm a trainer, so I can sit and talk about stuff. Use a consent agenda or some sort of consolidated action. It's really what that's called. It's a consolidated action. Is that what you
We
guys
do, absolutely.
Yeah, once they started doing that, that's a lot smoother.
Well, and the unanimous consent was like,
Ooh, yeah.
slick.
Tell us about unanimous.
So,
consent. Have
I
you
watched-
used it yet?
No, we haven't used it yet. I
Tell
just
us
watched.
about
Don't
unanimous
confuse
consent.
us.
I just watched Medford's school board meetings. So, like I said, I like their chair. So I was like, I'm gonna hone in on some of the things that she talked about. And so, when you get to approving agendas, it doesn't ask for an approval of agenda. It just asks, does anybody have any changes to the agenda? Or changes heard, we unanimously consent. It's unanimously passed. Next item. You don't have to call for a vote. You just keep going because there's no.
Down in the valley, we don't even take it up. We don't even talk about the agenda. We don't approve the agenda.
I thought you had to.
Spend with unanimous consent, it's not even on there. Just roll right through that. If we have to amend the agenda, then we'll raise it. We don't even talk about it.
I think we're getting
Yeah,
super
we're-
comfortable with
we're-
consent agenda right now. But
There's more things I could be adding in the consent agenda. I just wasn't quite sure how comfortable everybody was on that.
I
We're
say
a
add
work
more
in
stuff to it, then
progress,
we
I
can
think.
discuss it and pull it out if we want to, right? I mean,
Yes, you
Yeah.
can always pull
Right.
we can always
items
pull it
out.
But
So you can pull at the beginning, and there's the proper way to do this is to pull it at the beginning when you approve the agenda. If you approve the agenda, so that's the right way to do it. But you can just pull it when you come to the consent agenda. It's like
pull it
Sharon
out.
just asked,
Mhm.
does one a member like to pull anything off the consent agenda?
Mhm.
And then you just go around, go to each person, making a note of all the things that you want to pull out.
Mhm.
Right? And then you get the motion,
Mhm.
or you work through those, because some of them you can add back. Sometimes it's just question. So resolve those
Mhm.
and then up and down, and then you get consent agenda.
Mhm. Mhm.
Dirty.
What do you guys think? You want to try that?
Yes.
Okay.
I do have one question on that. So when we vote on like staffing, or if there's a conflict of interest, is that where you pull that out of the consent to address that conflict and then you can
Yes.
resolve to put it back in if it's not a conflict?
You could do that.
Okay.
You can. So the member that pulled it can put it back in.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just have a question online, you just pull it, get your question. It's like, oh, I'm good. Okay, put it back in. Done. Okay, consent agenda. Yeah, that's what this is. Consolidated improves efficiency. Items can be covered. Covered all those. Yeah. The whole idea is to go fast. So this thing's a non-controversial. You don't have questions. You don't need to discuss. And you can even pull an item to say, I'm just really happy to see this item and I'm looking forward to voting. Okay, let's get down to some nuts and bolts. So, 8 steps to making a motion. You didn't think there were 8 steps to it. Yeah,
Does anybody want to eat before it gets too late? It is 6:30.
please. Take a break.
Nice ball.
Break to eat.
I figured that was a really good time to,
It's a good break.
okay. I know I was getting sleepy too. You started yawning, that was the end of it for me. Like, stop it.
My family and I had for dinner last night.
I will just let you know, really quick, I chopped these
Oh.
last. And did not even, I was so proud, I was like, I didn't even cross contaminate.
Yeah, because I couldn't have it if you did.
No, I made sure.
So I pulled the tomatoes out of the salad fixings at the cafe because what I saw was happening was they're using the tongs to make the salad and I'm finding tomatoes in the salad. And I love salad. I'm like, now I can't have any of it.
Yeah, that makes it really rough to run a restaurant and not have tomatoes.
Tomatillos, when I'm using tomatillos, I have to wear gloves because even the juice burns me. I've been it that way my whole life. I didn't even know it until probably 10 or 15 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
So now, but it just over age, it's gotten worse.
Way worse.
Yeah.
So I've always been able to have like a little tiny bit of like cooked tomatoes, like a little ketchup or spaghetti sauce, but now I can't have any of it.
When your allergies change, like resets change, when your allergies change too.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
mine have gotten worse towards that.
Most get worse as you get older.
Yeah, so what I was eating that put me in the hospital last September was enchiladas. So it would be tomato
I'm
paste.
so sad for you.
I am so sad for me too, because I love enchiladas.
I have a killer green sauce. So
Yeah,
that
no,
is-
it's tomatillos.
Shoot, never
And
mind.
they're worse. So yeah, nothing like that.
Okay, green sauce for you all the way. That's all those.
And I did make homemade mushroom, cream of mushroom soup for that. I did not use a can. So. But that's all flat. Yeah.
Fredo, you can use it as soup base, you can use it as,
I use cauliflower like for rice and stuff.
oh yeah.
'Cause I'm not really big on quinoa. I don't really care for really for quinoa. It's okay, but it's. Nothing wrong with that. But it is good for you. Robert, are you not eating tonight?
I'll think about it. No,
I have a sweet tomato. That's funny. I'm growing tomatoes. I almost brought ranch too.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Nope, it's okay. Yeah, I love like that. How is it? Is it good?
Very good. What do you call this?
Tater tot casserole.
Tater tot casserole.
So you cook hamburger with some onion and garlic. In a pan, you put it in the bottom and then you put tater tots on there. And then I made the mushroom soup and by cooking down mushrooms and onions, cooking them down, making a roux. And then the cream, put that on top and then the cheese.
It's good. Wow. So as you cook it, the tater tots kind of break down.
Mhm.
Okay, I read all this, you guys, but this I found about notes, and I'm hoping it includes everybody. Didn't have time to read it all, but
The salad is so yummy. I like the little bits of crunchy.
I grew the cucumbers and part of the lettuce.
Really?
I had some butter
Thank
leaf
you.
lettuce that was fresh picked the other day. Mm.
You grow a big garden?
mm-mm. No, it wasn't you. I had really,
I like to can,
had really
so
bad
I like to
liver.
try to
Oh.
can. I try to grow what I can.
Mhm.
So I'll do like my own
Wow.
tomato sauce, like marinara sauce, and then I'll do my own salsas.
Mhm.
Do chicken and like beef stews, things like that.
Tuna.
I have enough tuna to last me a lifetime at this point, but yes.
So Gage loved tuna so much I canned 200 pounds of tuna last summer, and he ate it all this year. So I have to can more this year because he ate it all. It was every-
Albacore?
Albacore
Albacore tuna?
tuna, yeah.
Off
Fresh.
the boat?
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Wow.
And Deb can have tuna fish sandwich, and Deb can have another tuna fish sandwich. It's his favorite.
So I like to can up like the stew meat from elk and deer, but
Mhm,
Michael doesn't like to fill the freezer with the stew meat from that. So
mhm.
if I actually hunt again for deer, I'll probably just make all of it stew meat because it's the best sandwich cuisines and
100% agree. And we use it, like when the power goes out, we put a pot on the wood stove, throw the stew meat, potatoes. And because we have all that canned too. And we just put a lid on it, and if you're hungry, there's dinner.
Wow.
Mhm.
I'm gonna try to grow my own potatoes this fall. Into the summer, plant them.
Mhm. I bought whiskey wine barrels to try it right by the house.
Oh,
Mhm.
so how many tomato plants do you grow?
I have 6 tomato plants.
6?
Okay, she's coming with fork, so we can go on again. Okay, making a motion. There's more to it than what it looks like.
Did I not bring enough forks tonight?
Yeah, just grab some.
Oh, sorry.
So
We'll go find some.
when you first make a motion, that's called the main motion. So there are lots of other motions, but it's the main motion. The main act, and this is how the board takes action. Anytime you're gonna do something, you're gonna make a decision, this is how you do it. I move that the board do this, or I move to do this. And there's a second. Why is there a second?
Doesn't that like keep the motion alive? Because if there's no second, doesn't the motion die?
Yep, why?
Well, I don't know that part. I just know that part.
I'm asking you to reflect on that.
Do you need to have at least 2 people agree to discuss?
Yeah, it's a check.
Hmm.
Because any wackadoodle can make a motion. I move to start World War III. Smart thing to do. I'm not gonna get a second on that. I move to demolish, something silly. Yeah, and so it's a check to make sure that something that at least 2 human beings on the board want to actually at least have a discussion about this. Not necessarily vote for it. Just because you second something doesn't mean you have to vote for it. It just means that you want to talk about it.
Hmm.
Okay, so we get a second, so we're checking in. Okay, so we got at least 2 human beings that want to talk about this motion. Okay, the chair is going to restate the motion because it's important that the board understand what it is that we're going to talk about. What is the action that the board is considering to do?
Hmm.
And then we're going to open debate. This is where that 2-time round robin piece happens. So the board will go ahead and start recognizing people. So we'd like to discuss this. And the person who made the motion gets to go first. They get to speak to the motion. If you have reservations about the motion, this is the time to talk about it. Before the decision is made, remember we're talking about it's incumbent on you to surface your reservations about any matter that the board is considering. This is the time. Okay? We're gonna talk, about the good, the bad, the ugly about this motion. I'm really excited about this motion. I'm looking forward to voting for it. I think it's a good idea for it. This motion is ill-guided. It will have negative impacts on children. World War III will cause horrible destruction for the Allison School District. That's probably not a good example. I should come up with a better example. It's what popped into my head. Something outlandish. Okay, so if you're doing 2 times round robin, I think when, you recognize everybody twice, everybody's had 2 opportunities to speak. That's the conclusion of debate, unless the board chooses to suspend the rules and continue debate. And at the end of that, the chair is going to restate the motion because it's now at least 20 minutes later, right? Not necessarily.
Sometimes.
But it's some minutes have passed and it might have drained out of our heads. Hopefully it's not after 9 o'clock and we're still retaining those. But the chair is going to restate the motion before they move. Okay. Then we go ahead and go. We had that whole discussion about you can have voice votes. I'm not a big fan of it for school boards. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Or you can go have a roll call vote. So what about abstentions? Can you abstain?
Mhm.
But when? And when? And that's what I want to know is when's it appropriate? Is it always appropriate?
Well, this is a question of can and should. Maybe I'm asking the wrong question. Can you abstain? Yes, you can always abstain. Should you abstain?
In my opinion, conflict of interest would be one.
Then you would recuse yourself
Mhm.
from the vote. That's different.
Okay.
You take yourself, and that would happen during debate. And then you would step away from that, and then you would not pass the vote. Does that change the number of votes required for the motion to succeed?
No, I don't think it should.
Does not.
Majority.
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, it's not majority, it's still your 3 out of 5.
So
You still get have 3 votes.
Yeah.
To have a majority for it to be successful.
So then my other idea would be, I would have abstained if I didn't feel that I had enough information, even after we debated once or even twice.
So then you should have, at this point, raised a point of information.
Mhm.
And this is that, and engage the exit ramp,
Mhm.
to do the postponement if you can't get the information that you need. Now, just because, you could say, point of information, what's the budgetary impact? Superintendent said, I can't tell you what the budgetary impact is tonight. Then your follow-up would be, I move to postpone this topic to the next business meeting. And the board is going to have to resolve that. I'll show you a flow chart of this, but the board is going to have to resolve that before moving on to vote on the main motion.
you have to resolve the main motion, right?
You have to resolve
Okay.
the motion to postpone first.
Oh,
Because if the rest of the board doesn't agree with that we want to postpone, you're the only vote, or you don't get the 3 votes you need, then you're gonna move on. That motion dies. And then you go back to restate the vote. You continue debate until everyone's done, until you're done with debate, and then you move on to address the main motion.
Mhm.
And then you might abstain. But how many votes do you need to pass something?
3,
So what's the effect of an abstention?
I don't know.
The net effect? You still need the 3 votes or take action. So abstaining is just like voting no.
so what's okay, what's the purpose of abstaining? Like, why was it put out there as an option, I guess?
Part of Robert's rules, and no one tells us not to.
So it's
So-
really just a way not to share your opinion, like not to have a yes or a no vote. I'm sorry, but to just like have a scapegoat.
It is.
My personal opinion, this is Vince Adams, school board member in Corvallis. My personal opinion is that school board members should never abstain. What?
You told me I could.
I said-
You helped me out.
I told you you could. I didn't say you should. You were elected to cast votes. I think it's, personally, I think it's powerful to not cast.
But that's
Okay.
where, if you're abstaining for knowledge or things like that, we have a process to, I think maybe I was using that, or not say we, I was using it because I didn't know, is there another way to, like, I don't want to vote on this, I don't feel yes or no on it. So I'm abstaining because I feel like I need more information, but now we have,
Now you
now we
know.
have a
Now you
process
know
that
how to
says,
do that.
we know how to ask for that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, kind of, because if you don't get the votes on the point of information,
But
then they could still say, and then I could say, well, I abstained then because I didn't get my information.
I would, so personally, me, I would say, no, I'm a no. I felt like I needed more information, so I'm not voting for this. And that's my, like, that's, I can,
Yes.
But if you had
Yeah.
more information, then you could be a yes vote, you know?
yeah.
That would be me.
Yep.
I just
So
feel like we never had a good way to
then
ask
maybe
for
you need to
information
bring it
before.
up in another meeting, revisit that the next meeting.
Ah, yeah. Glad you brought
What
that
was
up.
that, Linda?
Hmm?
What was that?
So if you can't get the information and you vote no, you should maybe have the opportunity to reinstate that motion at the next meeting.
Okay.
Did I say that right, Biff?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, and it's actually at the bottom of your sheet. So there's a motion to reconsider. So you can do that within your meeting. So it says same day in the rules, but for us, for school boards, we usually meet in the evening. So it's within the context of the same meeting. You can have a motion to reconsider, which allows the board to go back to that previous decision and reconsider it. If you want to go back, prior to a previous meeting, then you need to use a motion to rescind or to amend. Okay. Really useful tools.
I like this piece of paper.
Yes, thank
Well,
you.
it's- Okay, so we know how to vote. Great, wonderful. We're gonna take our vote. The chair announces the results, recorded it on your paper, and the board secretary's got it. And then you move on. You do not do a post-mortem on this. If you voted no on this, don't apologize to your colleagues. I'm so sorry I had to vote no. Or no. Be courageous.
I think that's what we do. I
Here.
think we're no if we're no.
Yeah, if you're no, say why you're no before you get to the vote. Sorry. I'm tired. I'm feeling lippy.
Feel lippy. We do
Yeah.
it too.
Okay. So, okay, this is a big hairy flip chart. So, but these are the most routine maneuvers that you're gonna do. And you can plug these other ones into this. So here's our main motion. I wish my laser worked. Main motion on the other side. So we're gonna make our main motion. We're gonna get a second, bring it in, and then we're gonna open the floor for debate. Now, maybe we want to improve this motion. It's not exactly what we want to do. So there's no such thing as a friendly amendment. You don't use friendly amendment. Please don't do that. But just, I move to amend the motion to add this text. Or to remove, or whatever, but it's to improve, always with the intent to improve the main motion. So we got a motion to amend. If that needs a second, it doesn't get a second. If two human beings don't want to talk about that amendment, it dies and we go back. But we're gonna get a second. We're gonna have discussion and debate on the amendment. And all about that. And then we'll go ahead and resolve that. So we're gonna have a vote on the amendment. Great. And if we amend it, then we go back here to the main amended main motion and we're back to debate. And then we're gonna debate the amended main motion.
We ever really had that?
Yeah, we just haven't done it like this.
Okay?
Hmm.
This is where it can get really confusing.
Hmm.
This is where the board chair, you are no longer a school board member and you just try to hold on to the part of the throw. It's
Can I
like,
have that flow chart?
yeah, you definitely have.
Yeah, I would need it too.
Okay, so we're gonna debate this. Oh, but Deb raises a point of information. Oh, no, we need more information. Oh, what's the budgetary impact? We can't know the budgetary impact tonight. Oh, wow, I move to postpone. I'm gonna make a motion to postpone. And so we can second, it needs a second as well. And then we'll go ahead and move to avoid. If it's yes, it's gonna go to an update in the meeting. If it fails, we go back to debate on the amended main. This is just the basics. And there's more things that you can do, but you can plug any of these into this. So we can have points of information. Things like that.
Flow chart, I've never seen that flow chart before. Just saying, it's quite the flow chart. I've never seen that before.
I made it.
Did you make it?
That's a rich, yeah, that's me.
Good job.
I mean, I was just trying to create, because I'm a visual person, I need like a graph.
Oh, yeah.
to help understand. So yeah, I created a flow chart for the very basic. Okay, questions? Oh, let's go, yeah, well, I'll take questions, let's go.
I'm
Question?
good. That's pretty self-explanatory right there.
Good. Okay, so there's lots of Harley Pro guides out there, but there's only a few maneuvers that school boards really need to get their work done. And I'm a real advocate for keeping it simple. And Robert's rules can be weaponized. Try and steer the board. Just try to keep it simple. And so I try to get it down to the bare minimum of what you need. So you're gonna have main motions. We know how to make a motion. I need to do this. But then, motion to adjourn. You guys do motions to adjourn?
Mhm.
You don't need it.
We did it
Cool.
until
When you get to the end of the agenda, the chair can check in. Is there anything else for the good of the order? Crickets. Seeing there's no other business, the meeting is adjourned. Plunk, you're done. No need for a motion to adjourn. Going to recess or stand at ease. So that's an incidental motion at any time. Board member can make a motion to recess. At any time, the chair can place the board in recess. But any decision of the board of the chair can be appealed. So yeah, if the chair, it's
What
like,
about in the middle of a vote?
yeah, in the middle of something and the board doesn't want to stop, the chair can say, board will stand at ease. But sometimes we stand at ease in recess.
I don't know.
Really,
You
it's
tell us.
really about the duration of time.
Hmm.
So stand at ease means it's just a couple minutes. So stand at ease, so you can get up and mill about and just shake a leg. Recess usually is like 10 minutes or longer. So it's usually reserved for longer breaks.
Should we just build that into the agenda, Robert?
Yep.
Oh, what, the recess?
I would say,
Recess to
I would say a stand to be.
take a moment to run the little girls or boys.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
I'm getting us down to an hour. These are need a recess.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope
So
so.
yeah, you can stand at ease for 5 minutes and have bathroom breaks or whatever, and just shake a leg. Because we're normally sitting when we're doing this work. It's good for people to get up every
Yeah.
hour or so. And
She only gave me 3 minutes less.
I'll give you 7.
you have a meeting disruption, standing at ease is a really good way to interrupt that. So if you have a member of the public that's acting out, the chair can, the chair or the board will stand at ease. And what's important in that situation is that everybody gets up.
Mhm.
They step away from the dais. And all of a sudden, the audience for that person is coming.
Mhm.
And then, superintendent, chair, or whoever can try to de-escalate that situation.
Mhm.
You stand at ease or you take a recess. You talk about in a conflict manner. Do we take away the audience? Do we take away the screen too? Do we stop the recording of our meeting or stop the audience? Because the audience here, or is it just that the board is no longer your audience? Like you've taken the board away as the audience.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to stop the recording. I think legally you could. The board isn't conducting business. So legally, I
Yeah.
think you can.
You can.
I can just think of replaying some of those. There's one school I can think of particularly. There was some pretty vicious comments that were made. There's some situations of board members not getting along, and you can just replay that on YouTube all you want. You can hear that over and over and over. And so,
We heard a story at the conference about a board, they were having a virtual meeting. Things got hot. And so they went into recess. And it was getting hot. They had a board member that was acting out. Board member got back on, unmuted herself, and then went off. And they were still streaming live. And so there's a logistical consideration there. Obviously, the meeting was not in order. It wasn't going at the time,
Mhm.
but it was still broadcasting. So you may want to, if that's the situation, you might want to stop the live stream. All your recess.
Takes
You have
away-
recess for that reason.
Takes away that audience.
Exactly.
in the recorded audience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he has to.
Yeah, he has.
Absolutely.
I like life before technology. That's much
Um,
easier.
Much simpler.
Ooh, call the previous question. What does that mean? That's a really weird thing to say. I moved to call the previous question.
When discussion's going too long or it's wayward.
Yeah, that's a motion to end debate, end discussion. Yeah, and so that's something that the board can vote on. But if people want to keep talking, then they can keep talking. Limit or extend debate, that was what we were talking about.
Mhm.
I moved that each member be recognized one more time. Move to postpone, we talked about that. Move to amend that's on here. So trying to improve the motion, then of course the main motion itself. Our incidental motions, we talked about point of order, point of information, and appeal. And then we talked briefly about motion, we moved to rescind or amend a previous decision. So that's something that the board has done in the past. So you can bring that back onto the agenda. Or to reconsider, that's within the same. If you can master this, you can pretty much do anything you need to do.
So rescind or amending the motion, that would still require working though to get that onto the agenda ahead of time, correct?
Not necessarily.
Or would you do that even like when you do your approval of agenda?
I mean, you could, if you're gonna pull a motion to amend or rescind, you might float that by your board chair to let them know, so they're expecting that.
Okay.
I mean, I would do this collaboratively. But if it's not something the board wants to do, you don't have to vote to do it. And say, no, we don't want to, we're happy with that decision. Set it aside.
I would like to reflect on something that happened while we were having our really crazy board meetings and before Mr. Gallagher came and everything was just totally out of control. I wasn't in real good health. I'm in a lot worse than I am now. And we would have board members screaming at audience and on and on and on, and my blood pressure would just go through the roof. And I couldn't get anybody's attention to stop any of that, so I would just get up and walk out, go in the bathroom and soak my face down and come back. What's the better way to handle that? Is there a way to say, I medically need to stop this now?
I would raise a point of order.
Mhm.
I mean, if you have board members yelling at members of the audience, you want to raise a point of order about that. You want to address that, I mean, the meeting is out of order at that point. So the chair should nip that.
But we didn't understand or know, or I don't know whether we didn't have the training, but we went through that. It was very difficult. I don't anticipate us doing that anymore.
But yeah, I mean, you have to, I mean, we're human beings. You have to take care of yourself. So yeah, I would raise a point of order, or you can request a recess. Seek recognition. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. I move that the board standing. I'm not feeling well.
And you need a second and a vote, right?
No, the chair can resolve that on the spot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because on your
Debate,
chart here,
second.
it said
Yeah, it
yes.
says no. Appeal requires a second. But you see here in the point of order or point of information.
Oh,
does not
sorry.
Require a
So
second.
look up here where it says,
Recess or stand of use.
yeah, it says, yes, you have to have a second up
Oh,
on top.
yeah, I mean,
But there's,
so seek the second.
Yeah.
But if you're not well, the chair can just say, without objection, the board will stand at ease.
I wasn't gonna stand there and wait for them to debate it. I needed to be gone. I needed to go get, so I wouldn't pass out.
Then I don't think there's any more graceful way to do that. That's what you need to do.
Hopefully I won't ever have to do that
I
again.
don't think so. I think our board now is a lot better. Our issues are not completely resolved in which we've been dealing with, but they're getting better. And so I don't see that coming.
So that's all the motions on the front. On the back are common language for common maneuvers. So calling the meeting to order, approving the agenda. It's there. Taking up an agenda item, seeking unanimous consent. Opening debate. So lots of language. This is aimed at board chairs, but
So my question is, you say we don't have to approve the agenda, but one of the things that is said from the chair is there any additions or takeaways, so to speak, to our agenda?
Yeah.
And then that's when we say, no, we approve the agenda, so we don't even have to do that.
yeah, you can approve it with unanimous consent. If no one wants to amend the agenda, you just move on.
Okay.
So as
I
long as
like
nobody
that.
speaks up, right?
Exactly.
So
Oh, so,
approval agenda, nobody speaks up, you know, it's consent.
So hearing none, the agenda is approved.
moving on.
First item is,
Fantastic. Got that?
You got it.
Let's use it.
Got it. I hear it loud and clear.
yeah, so, yeah, because we don't always know the things to say, you know, we watch these meetings and people use all this really cool language. It's like, wow, that's really neat. I want to be like that. Well, there you go, there's a cheat sheet. You can look good doing it. Okay. Board member reports. This is a topic I get questions on fairly frequently. Do you guys have enough part on your agenda where you have just kind of an open-ended section? Good. Don't go there. Don't do it.
We have, the only thing, I guess, sorry, we have the student success, that the superintendent reports on highlights of the student body. But that's, we don't have an open agenda item for us to talk about our barbecue plans on Sunday.
So there are lots of boards that do, mine included. We put it at the very end, thankfully. Yeah, because there's nothing, we have board member reports at the beginning and then board member comments at the end. I would love to get rid of one of those. So board member reports, it manifests in different ways, but it's an agenda item where it's just a free flow. It's like members can say whatever they want. And what happens is boards will get into conversations. And that's not what I do. So yeah, if you're gonna have reports, then share that, I list things that you might include. Share the engagement that you've done. So I went to Rotary and I talked about this. Share relevant information. I met with the city council and they said things like, county commissioner, this is what I learned, or I met with this, parent group, or what happened. So share relevant information that's important to the board, sharing the situational awareness, bringing information. Suggesting agenda items, you could do that probably at the end of the meeting, but I would like to see the board take up the dress code policy. Because I think that needs to be changed. But you just as easily shoot an email. Share. Don't have to do that. The main thing here is just, keep your remarks brief and try to keep it positive. Not for conversation. Please do not filibuster in this section. You don't have to. If you choose to have this, don't give passionate speeches about how I'm angry about what they formal information request. This should, unless that's something that you could potentially do in this section, but it should be an agenda item. So if you're going to make a formal information request that it's going to be a substantive, require substantive staff time, that's something the full board should decide. I want to see all the discipline data for the last 20 years disaggregated by race and ethnicity. That's a big lift, particularly for a small district like this. The whole board should make that decision. So then, so if you're making a formal information request, lodge that with your chair, and I'll get that on the agenda. Incidental information requests, how much do we spend on garbage and recycling?
It's easy.
Quick and dirty.
Yeah.
That's easy. Just shoot that one up.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's going to take a bunch of staff time, full board can.
Yeah.
And is that related to the work of the board? If you guys are working on discipline, and that's something that you're looking at your discipline policy,
Right.
then that would make sense.
Mhm.
And then we'll work on it.
Right.
Goes back to limit our own speech. We make this choice. So if you're gonna have this open-ended section, each member gets 2 minutes. That's it.
Is that something you guys are even interested in?
I was gonna say, I don't know that I'd ever talk 2 minutes about anything.
Okay. I'd rather see where it says other business, future agenda items, and not be the spot of if you want a future agenda item based on the business meeting we had today or something, but like other than that,
You don't really even need that because you
No.
can just text or email Sean and say, hey,
Yeah.
this is what I would like.
That's
on the
how I
agenda."
feel too.
Yeah.
Let's make these as
Short,
short as
sweet.
possible.
Yeah.
so we could get rid of other business or future. Do we need to have other business on there?
Cut that out for a while.
Well, we haven't had it.
Alright.
Only thing is key dates, and that's kind of how we end the meeting.
The more you
Yeah.
cut out of your meeting, the more you can add stuff back about kids.
Hmm.
The more you can talk, yeah, you did talk about what are the needs of your kids. Last one here, use work sessions. If you need, if the board doesn't even have a conversation about the topic, if you want to go deep on something like we were talking about feminist products and all that, if you want to have that conversation, you should. Schedule a work session for it. Set time aside for that to happen. Don't do it in a business meeting. Remember, we're in the context of a business meeting, not a work session.
And in a work
So-
session, we could invite other people on the staff then to also collaborate with us to help us to make those decisions as a board and how it would impact them as teachers, admin, superintendent, and things like that.
What I think our last work session about like us going to the conference and going a half hour earlier, it's, you know, there's no sense in having a whole nother board meeting to go over what we did in the conference.
I thought that was great to just
Yeah.
tack on a quick short.
So our last board meeting, we had a work session a half hour before we discussed the conference and
Yeah.
everything that I went to, Sean.
Sure.
And
Catch that part. I'm
Yeah.
glad I came over early.
Yeah, if you drop work sessions in your business meeting, it just changes the type of work that you're doing. So this is a section where we're gonna have an open conversation. And when that's done, it's back to business. You're getting this idea that our heads are working in two different places. I was like,
I actually like that idea that the work session before the board meeting. If there's things that we need to discuss.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
then you go and maybe take action on that. You need to have a deeper conversation, get some more information from staff or from the team. And yeah, take that time and then go ahead and make the. Okay, executive session. Closed doors. Okay. Any meeting or part of a meeting of governing body which is closed to certain persons for deliberations on certain matters. With emphasis. So there's only specific reasons. What are those reasons? Here they are. Consider the employment of public officer. This is to hire and fire and well, no, this is about. This is just considering the appointment of the superintendent. So you have a two-way when you go with your-
Notice this is considered, doesn't mean you hire the superintendent in the exec session. That has to be an
Oh, no.
open session.
Remember, we don't take action. We're just
Right.
talking about.
Just talking about it.
Consider the dismissal, displaying here complaints, charges brought against a public officer. So that's not you guys, that's staff, so the superintendent or anybody on staff. So when you hear a complaint, you'll leave on.
So, but we can't use their name in that, right? Because if we use their name, then we have to notify them and their attorney, they could come.
Potentially, yeah, depending on how the hearing's laid out, but yes, you can use their name in the executive session.
But then I would have to notify them that the board will be discussing them. And then they have rights through state law
Correct.
to hold the session in executive session, private, or they could opt to hold it in public. And they have a right to bring representation.
Right, well, that's what I mean. So if we are talking about an employee, if we use their name, then we have to notify them.
Yes,
If we talk about a certain action of a employee, then we don't have to do that, correct? If we don't use their name. We just did that.
we just did that and
You don't use their name.
No,
no,
And you didn't use in the executive session?
We did.
we
we did.
did. And we discussed what the problem was, but we didn't discuss who it was.
right.
Oh,
Because with a small town, things start to flow really quickly.
wow.
And the board is very sensitive to those things right now.
Okay.
Facebook is alive and well.
Okay.
And our walls talk. So I really felt I needed to take the risk and meet with the board and say, no names here, but I gotta let you know about the
Attorney was
situation.
like, okay.
Huh?
The attorney from council said, okay,
Some say yes, some say no.
okay.
I took a
Because
risk.
otherwise, how would us as the board member know? Would he call us directly and say, this is our situation? And I'm just calling you for information or calling to give you information. I mean, because I think that's really important that we know, in particular, this instance, what was going on. So if we can't do it in exec session, then would he call us directly?
Yeah, if it pertains to an employee, and particularly in this situation, hiring and firing, yeah, you do that in executive session.
We weren't considering dismissal or
No.
disciplining. We were hearing,
Information.
oh, it doesn't matter. It's or to hear complaints or charges.
Or charges
But-
brought,
But
I
you're
was-
not taking action. remember?
Not taking
No, we're
action.
not
No, there was
It's
no
only
action.
information.
just
Yeah,
getting
it was just
information.
It was just informative.
Heads up, this is coming this way, this is what it looks like. We might hear through the grapevine certain things. And we left it at that.
Mhm.
This could end up in litigation. This will probably be a personnel situation. You know,
This is this is pretty good. So I would say consult district council.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the,
I'm not a lawyer.
yes, I'm not a lawyer. And I'm not
Yeah.
gonna make that.
and I know there's a risk involved with that, but I felt it was worth taking the risk. Because we didn't use any names. We didn't talk about anybody in specific, particularly.
Have you heard anything at all back about any of that conversation?
Not from you guys, no.
No.
But rumor mill's starting. It's already being talked about out there.
Oh, yeah, it is.
How does that happen?
Well,
Well, as we take certain actions on our behalf as a district, people start talking.
As soon as you go into exec section 4.2B, they go, oh, wow, what's happening?
Mhm.
well, as soon as a conversation in these hallways happen with the staff, they're not required to stay anonymous and confidential.
Right.
They say whatever they want, and they can make any assumption they want.
Yeah.
I mean, and it could be, well, it could be the bug spray guy that we hired out here that overheard the conversation over there, that has a cousin who lives over
Yep.
there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of
Yep.
the world we face in this small town, and so
Yep.
I appreciate the risk because I already know. I mean, I don't know who, I don't know anything
Yep.
else from that evening. I just know that bit, but I know enough to go, I'm informed. If you have a question, I'm gonna direct you back to the superintendent.
So I know there's a risk there, but again, I tried to, and again, attorneys are 50-50 on this, because I've talked to different attorneys over the years about this very same question. Some say, yeah, it's some cases it's worth the risk, and others say, no, don't go there. I don't know.
I'm gonna have
I took a risk.
all my attorneys. That's gonna be-
Yeah, I took a risk.
Okay. Conduct deliberations with person designated to carry out labor negotiations. So when your district team is going into negotiations, they're gonna meet with you in executive session to get negotiation parameters. Or are you thinking is appropriate? And any language things, we're gonna get guidance from you around those negotiations, and then I'll carry that with them when they go into negotiations. I'll also come back and give you updates. And that, all that happens in executive session.
But I've never been, I've done negotiations twice and we never had anything like that.
We've not,
Hopefully,
Yeah, we will this time. Absolutely.
Like, oh,
I'll
that's
keep
a-
you well informed on
okay.
negotiations.
here it
We'll go
is.
into executive session.
So, I think who said student records? Student records, this is the one for student records or an expulsion hearing. Note that it's a different ORS. So the other one's for 92660, this is 332.061. Student expulsion statute.
okay, so can I ask a question on student expulsion one really quick? That's really when the parent doesn't agree with the superintendent's decision on expulsion, and
Correct.
then
They're
they're
Correct.
bringing,
appealing it to the board.
it's not the superintendent is bringing an expulsion or information to
No.
us. They're handling that operationally. That's their job. It's when the parent says, I disagree with that
Right.
decision. Now I'm taking it to the board. And then we can vote in a private session to either uphold the expulsion
Right.
or overturn it.
Correct.
Right.
Oh, and actually, sorry, one more. I get two, right? Can we dismiss the student and family and superintendent? Like, can we have an open conversation, just the board members?
Yes,
Yes,
the
Okay,
board controls who's in the room with you.
yes.
And remember, it's the board's meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you control who is there. To have, the sheriff there, you have the sheriff there.
Yep.
Whoever you want.
oh, I guess I didn't know we could
Wait,
ask
wait,
people
wait.
to leave.
You
like
can't
this.
ask them to
Yes.
leave though. It's
Yes,
their,
you can.
the parent that's complaining.
Well, I mean, they
After they
can
tell their
say
case.
piece, that if you're having a hearing, you have to hear them. But after that, yeah, you can dismiss them.
Mhm.
Thank you for your input.
we can
We'll
dismiss
now
them,
deliberate.
we can deliberate, but then if we vote, do we have to bring the parent and the student back in?
That'll happen in public. Well, the
No.
expulsion
No, no.
hearing, No, I don't think you do.
Okay.
I don't think they don't have to witness that, because you're gonna have correspondence with them. So you're gonna send them a letter of what you're.
Yes. A certified letter.
Yep.
Okay.
And just so you know, the way I work with expulsions, I do everything I can to make sure that the parents and myself as a hearings officer are in agreement on the expulsion for the kid. And oftentimes when I do that, 99% of the time, we can get agreement. Yeah, Johnny did something wrong. Here's his consequences, and here's the plan for success to get him back on track. Very rarely will I have an expulsion hearing get appealed by a parent. But sometimes you just can't reach agreement. Sometimes the parent is really being a horse's patoot, and, you know, being unreasonable and not willing to comply with board policies. And sometimes you have those things go awry, and they'll appeal to the board.
This is one of the few that I've never done. Never sat on this.
They're not fun.
Well, next month, no, I'm just kidding.
It takes
very
quite a
emotional.
bit for a kid to be expelled completely, right?
Well, depending on your policy, but yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
It's all defined in your policy.
Pretty much, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, real estate transactions, so you can do that behind closed doors.
What's that?
Real estate transactions. So if you want to dispose of property or acquire property, you can meet with your real estate agent. Executive session, because you don't want to compromise your negotiating position. By having a public meeting to talk about, well, how much are we gonna spend on that?
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
on that property, or how much should we ask for that property?
So I asked you if I should be pursuing discussions with Mimi, and I am.
Mhm.
We're in discussions. So what I'm gonna bring back to the board will go into executive session. Because we don't need to be advertising out there what's going on in terms of the real estate stuff. So I'll bring that back to you in executive session, and you can deliberate, and then go from there.
But if you're gonna approve the transaction, okay, you
Open
know, make
session.
an offer or something like that, you do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, consider information and records that are exempt from law, from public inspection. I'm trying to think of an example. This is one that if something, not student records, because that's the other one, what would be out?
Usually that's generated through an attorney. And it could be records that could be sensitive in nature. It could be student records, discipline records,
Employment, maybe?
possibly employment. It's kind of a narrow focus, and I've only used it a couple of times and only at the discretion of an attorney because it is so technical. It's not a
Yeah.
common one.
And this is a situation, if you're gonna go into executive session, always great. You should check in with counsel, but just make sure that you're entering on the right.
Yeah.
Consult with legal counsel. Current litigation likely to be filed, but it can't be speculative. So it has to be, you have to receive like a letter of intent to sue or something like that. It can't be like, oh, I think they might sue us for going to executive session. Review and evaluate employment of related performance of CEO. So this is superintendent evaluation, 2I. And then school safety. So this is school safety plans are confidential.
Mhm.
And so that's not something you want to disclose. And in fact, some are so confidential that even board members will not get information better than school safety plans,
Mhm.
which can cause consternation.
So I feel like that directly violates, like oversteps into operational work. So what would be a consideration that the board would need to be a part of for that? Is that like, okay, so for example, we're putting in new door lock systems right now, like badging systems.
Yeah.
So would that be something that if that was truly part of our safety plan, that we could talk about that in executive session? Why we need to buy these door lock systems or things like that, or?
Yeah, or if you wanted to go into more detail on your standard response protocols,
Okay,
lockdown procedures, things like that.
so really it's still an informational,
Or
mostly it's informative.
or maybe letting the board know what our secret rally point is if we have an evacuation. And we won't announce ahead of time. At least you guys would know about that in case we did have to use that.
Because every time we do have that discussion, there is that part left out. We're not gonna talk about what our plan is,
Right,
Right.
so none
Right.
of us know what the plan is either.
right. There's some things you just want to hold close to the vest because, you know, Salem's out there, they're watching.
Right.
They're,
No, I'm not
Yeah, they-
disagreeing, but
yeah.
that's, I get how that could be used to discuss those
oh, yeah.
matters.
Mhm.
Correct. Okay, and that's it. So there are some where the meeting can be excluded. So labor negotiations, it can be excluded for that one. Yeah, confidential records, and then consulting with legal counsel, but only in the situation if the organization for which the journalist works is party to the legal action.
Yes.
Otherwise,
They can be in there as long as they're not the ones being, they're
Or-
not suing or being sued.
correct.
But they can't report on it, correct?
Right. Yeah. And that is important. So guidelines, practice, cite the provision. So we're always going to cite it. Direct news media and attendance that recordings are prohibited. All matters in executive are strictly confidential, including the media. All actions have to be taken in public. And yeah.
So why does the media, I mean, I get that they can be in our executive session, but if they can't report on it, what's that?
Litigation,
What's,
isn't it?
why
It
do
goes
they
to
want to
court,
do it?
we
Why do they
can
want to be in our executive session?
bias party,
So what I was
keep it
told
neutral.
was, so when we went into exec session before we had the media, it was, so if we went off topic and was talking about something else instead of what we were there for, then they were going to report us, and that's what that was about.
they're the fourth state.
Yeah,
Thank you. They can report on, can they report on tone of the meeting? Or it was a tense executive session, or
Yeah, from maybe.
they, because
They
they're
can't
not,
talk about anything of substance.
they're not giving any substance except for the body language, nonverbal, they gave
Yes.
feeling.
Oh, man.
I think the reporter did do
Counsel on
that.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
The reporter
They should
did.
not, they should not. report.
Okay, but they're really there to keep us honest. I mean, that's,
Yeah, but what attorneys have always told me is that they recommend that the board chair always reminds the press so they cannot report on anything they hear in that meeting.
Yes.
Right.
Now, for the smart reporters, they take notes, they don't report on them directly, but then they start going out and investigating. And
Yeah.
talking to other people and reporting on that, which they may have just reported on what is in the executive session, because they go out and gather their own information that way.
Right.
Yeah, so if the parents bring you a complaint, talk to the reporter, they can publish any of that.
outside of this meeting, though. They have to
Yes.
go out to that stage and
Yeah.
then they can have
Yep.
whatever conversation that they want.
Yep.
And the parent can actually talk about what happened in executive
Sure
session
they can.
because they're
Yeah.
the
Their meeting.
complainant. It's their,
Yeah.
it's their floor.
You are constrained, but they are not.
Okay.
Yep.
Mhm.
That's, I really want to know where we're constrained.
It is not a fair,
No,
fair, but it's fair.
What's fair?
if we had an
It's
active,
the second verse F word.
if we had an active reporter, I would not have taken the risk on that executive session the other night.
Okay,
That's a good example.
all right. Being a public meeting law, so any person affected by a decision by the governing body may commence suit in circuit court for the person required. So yeah, you can be sued. Tell these are from my legal team, these slides, you can tell. Any decision made by the governing body in violation of public meetings is voidable. So yes. Oh, yeah. So you vote on something in executive session? That's voidable. Yeah,
Mhm.
like, you know, the decision to be over.
Well, and I
Oh,
like that says decision, it's decision made. It doesn't say actually a vote. It even just says a decision made. So there's no action that can be taken on anything in executive session
that was a school board making decision.
by voting. But I mean, if everybody consents and nods their head, there's no action that can be taken from that executive session.
If everybody nods their head and says, oh, yeah, I think that'd be all right, that is not a legally binding decision of the board.
Right.
So, and this last one is important, and so if the violation is a result of willful misconduct, the member or members governed by, they may be held jointly or severally liable. So, we're protected by the nature of being elected. So if you're acting in good faith in your capacity as elected officials, then you are protected from liability. And the strict suits liability for your actions. You're not personally liable. So jointly or severally liable, jointly full board, severally as individuals. But if you conduct willful misconduct, if your attorney says, if you take this action, you will be violating the law. I recommend that you do not do it, and then you go and do it. That is willful misconduct, and you can be in our districts in Oregon that are experiencing this right now. But don't do that.
Yes, there's big ones going on right now. A little bit.
I'm specifically instructed not to drop it, but you
Yeah.
can probably speculate. But yeah, willful misconduct, do not willful. Yeah.
Well,
if
their board-
staff-
If the board gets sued and then so do the individuals personally, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So then we would have to hire our own attorney.
If
Yeah,
he
that way
says
you're
it-
not protected.
If you're severally liable, yes, you will have to lawyer on your own dime.
I'm not doing that.
Not a good
Not
time.
worth it.
No.
So when staff say, if you do that, this is against the law, or if your staff say that direction would force me to violate the law. This, that's willful misconduct.
Curtis, if a teacher says that would force me to violate like TSBC standards, is that violation of a law?
Well,
The ethical standards through TSPC are an extension of the law, but it's not necessarily something that you could wind up in jail
It's
over
not law, right?
unless it's, like sex abuse or something like that.
That's
No, I'm
law.
just saying, like, if we passed something that would cause the teacher to, that action would cause the teacher to violate TSBC standards,
Well, like,
That
let's
thought
use me
that
as an example.
gives
Say the board,
willful misconduct on our
the
side.
board votes to tell me to do something that is actually against the law. I'm gonna have to refuse to do that because else I would lose my license.
Correct.
I would rather
So then
just
if
lose
we
my
fire
job. You guys,
for that,
you could fire me. Well, not now because of the new law.
oh.
There's that new law that legislature
Right.
just
You can't
passed.
fire a superintendent for upholding the law.
Correct.
Right.
Before that law, though, you could still fire me, but I would be protecting my license because I refused to violate the ethical standards, which I would have lost my whole career over.
Sorry. Rabbit trail.
That's okay.
I mean, that, we're talking about very extreme situations, and normally I would not belabor it, but I mean, we're seeing extreme situations.
Mhm.
Well, I think for transparent, we actually were probably in one of those situations where we willfully voted to go against the law. So we really had to make changes and immediately to get back into regulation.
I hope you're not jointly or severally liable.
And we're not.
Okay. That's a
Moving right along from that
Moving right
subject.
along, yes.
That's a
Executive
feel-good
violations,
moment.
like,
We
executive
made the right
violations
decision
will
at the very
With
end.
the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, and this is where your journalists are gonna go. If you
Yeah.
go off topic, that was the example. That's the one we usually see, is when you're going off your provision in ORS 19260.
that, you know, then they'll go, "Er, you can't talk about that in executive session. Interviews. We didn't address the questions. All right, let's move on to another fun topic. How about public comment? One of my favorite topics. Okay, so the right of the public attendance guaranteed by the public meeting law does not include the right to participate in public testimony or comment. So, yeah, the boards or school board meeting is not a public forum. Okay? So just because you have a school board meeting does not mean you have to have public comment.
Oh, I thought we did.
Just
Mhm.
common practice.
Mhm.
That is at the discretion of the board, whether you
Yep.
have public comment or not.
Yep.
And public comment serves the board. It does not serve the public, it serves the public's interest. But insofar that they're providing information to the board to inform their work. It is not a public forum. And I think I have slides that say just what I said. Other statutes, rules, charters, ordinances, and bylaws outside the public meeting law may require governing bodies to hear public testimony and comment on certain matters. So I'm citing statute here. But in the absence of such requirement, governing body may conduct a meeting without any public participation. Governing bodies voluntarily may allow limited public participation at their meetings. The Oregon Attorney General Public Records and Meeting Manual. You don't have to have public comment.
So can I talk about a situation that happened to us? And I think it was after Sean arrived upon the scene, he suggested that we have little pieces of paper that we handed out to the public when they came in. That's, they requested 3 minutes of speaking time. And in order to get around that, they took their pieces of paper and handed them off to the person that they wanted to speak for the longest amount of time. And when they come to the end of their time, allotted time, they would hold up another piece of paper and that person would stand up and say, I have given my time to so-and-so.
Mhm. They
And-
reserve their time for later.
And they
They
reserved their
yielded
time for
their
later,
time to
and then
the
they
person.
rewrote another piece of paper and gave it, submitted it so that it continued the time.
Yeah.
And I think like dummies, we let them do it. Can we stop them from doing that?
Sure, your meeting. Because that's how it's fair. Yeah, they're choosing to silence themselves, but they heard from that person, it was great. Next, I want to hear that person's perspective. Yeah. So no, I would not.
That's one of those situations where I feel like we might have needed to recess or use that.
Right.
That process.
Yeah.
But we weren't
Yeah, no, we-
informed of that.
No, we weren't.
We weren't
We're
educated
gonna get
in,
into the nuts and bolts here. So school board meeting, a meeting of the school board and view of the public or business, the district is conducted. It's not a public forum. Go really strongly about this. Really important. Because we're losing. It's become very popular in the United States to bash the government. Well, you're the government. So people like to use institutions. That's why.
So I just have one comment because a lot of people were coming to our board meetings to voice their concerns during the public comments. So I kind of feel that if we don't allow them to speak, then we're not listening to what our communities say.
We're gonna talk about different ways. So, but matter how ways to take public comment. It doesn't have to happen just in a business meeting. So this is returning, you've seen this chart before. The tension that you're feeling are these two poles, you know, that you are elected to be representatives of the public. But you're also trustees for the district and your students and kids. So, and those interests are often in opposition. At least today it sure seems like it. So there's this tension. If I remember last night I said before, it's under normal circumstances that put the preponderance of their attention onto their trustee role and have higher outcomes, focused on the needs of kids. And that means we have to manage how much influence from the public, which can be parents, they can be special interest groups, anybody. It can be someone that's not even in the community. If you're in a virtual meeting in Oregon, we have had people that don't even reside in Oregon showing up in public comment to get on the school boards. And you can't prohibit them from doing it. You can, however, stratify who you hear from. And there are boards that hear from students first, and parents, staff, other members of the community, everybody else. So they stratify in order. And if they use up their 30 minutes and you don't think of the people who are from Washington, Illinois, then yeah, they don't get heard. So, yes, public comment is a recommended. I'm not telling you not. Yes, you should be public. It is important. It's important here to have that voice in this decision. Yeah, don't mistake what I'm saying. It's just it needs to be civil and control. It's going to show up on your regular agenda items unless you put it on a work session and you're going to dedicate that time here. You should have comment or sign up. Do that as a list. So people sign up on the list at the back of the room, when it's public comment time, make the list, or some people do slips of paper. But those chits should have the name and the pertinent information that we need. And I think I'll get to that, the information. It's important that the chair sets the expectations for what public comment is going to be like. How much time are you going to go? We're not going to hear comments about staff. We're going to hear comments, objective comments about programs and district operations. You're going to limit the time. 30 minutes. Or whatever. I mean, you choose. It's up to you. If you want an hour, you can have an hour.
When you talk about expectations, in watching some other board meetings, they actually specifically call out that the board will not hear complaints during public comment, and patrons will be stopped if a complaint is started.
I have a nice cheat sheet for public comment. But
That would be great.
yeah, and it has that whole script. And that's something that you could drop into your agenda. So at the
Yes.
public comment thing, it's on your agenda.
Yep.
You don't even have to look up, you just read it right off the page.
And by complaints, it's like, I have a complaint against Christine because of this or that. Well, I think they actually can complain against a board member, but
Oh, yeah,
they couldn't complain about a staff member or a teacher
Right,
or
right.
no.
like you can't hear a complaint in patron
Right.
comments.
Or,
Just operations, right?
and you can,
Like they're buying this piece of property. I don't
Yeah.
think
They could say, my daughter's class adopted a new curriculum that I feel is a direct violation of our household ethics, and I want this, I want to bring up to you why I feel that way, but they can't say,
My
Mrs.
sec-
Smith did this to my student, and I want a formal complaint put in place.
or I would even go so far as to say, in my child's second grade class, the teacher said these things because it's really easy to
Mm-hmm.
figure out who that second, particularly in a small district like this.
Mm-hmm.
You know who teaches second grade? Come on, that out. So, yeah, that's it. And it's really hard for the board chair because you're making split-second decisions. You're making judgments on the fly on someone's First Amendment right. It is not trivial. That's what we're talking about here. Sued if you censure people inappropriately. People would say pretty much whatever the heck they want in a school board or any public government. They can swear it. It's a matter of debate. The main thing is
Just
that
can't threaten you. That's
You know,
the one thing they can't.
They cannot threaten. Threats. gavel. Have one next to- Darn.
It's almost
sir.
9.
I was gonna say, is it 9?
It's only 7:30.
No.
It's just
It's
been
an
a
early
long-
night.
It's
But
been a
it's
long
just-
week. I was working over the weekend. Yeah, it's just issues, not individuals. That's the whole staff piece. Board members, the only thing you can say to the commenter is, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. But my own board, they allow clarifying questions. Cheers me every time. I hate it.
So if we had a clarifying question though, we could say, Mrs. Jones, there's some outstanding things that we think are left out of your comment. Would you please follow up with the superintendent, or would like the superintendent to follow up with you?
The chair can direct the commenter or the superintendent. Yes, you can do
Okay.
that. I'm talking about your colleagues, if you're just, yeah, you say thank you, please don't allow
Entertain.
clarifying questions. Because what you're doing, you only allow 30 minutes for public comment. We're stealing time. You have 30 minutes of comment, you're just waiting to speak. You're taking up their time. Those are people that will not hear. Every second that you use, that second's taken away from your situation.
Well, here's a really small community. You might see who's next. Could use up some of that time.
Follow up. Look, you saw in my notes where I was taking the names of people that were doing comment. You can, after the meeting, reach out to that person, or if they're still there when you adjourn, you can walk up to them and have a conversation.
Any of us.
Any of you can do that afterwards, absolutely. Can and should, maybe even just to say thank you. Even if they say something that you don't agree with. And all of this is in your policy EDH. It's all policy. What's the next one? Oh, HB 2560, you've seen this slide before. It's already in effect, and it amended, I forget the statute, but it requires that when practicable, we have to provide virtual access to meetings. And we demonstrated that we can provide virtual access pretty much all the time, so we have to provide virtual access to our meetings. That's-
So we don't do public comment for people on social. Is that-
Yeah, you have to allow that.
Oh, we haven't been.
Oh, I thought
That's
They
we
why
can
were.
raise their
one-
hand, they can raise their hand.
Yeah.
It says in the thing that no public comment if you're virtual.
Okay, well, we'll have to change that.
Yep, that's required. If you're taking public comment here, you have to allow it online.
So that's one of the things Shirley and I were talking about. that We probably need to develop some procedures around. Because if you're gonna be asking people that are present here to fill out the blue card, you
They
know,
need to fill
that
something
we,
out.
yeah, they're
too,
gonna
that-
have to do something online and submit it to Shirley by a certain time, so we would have it available for the board.
Surely, okay. I'll shoot you.
Perfect.
Say,
Yeah, and usually it's noon the day of the meeting is usually the deadline for signing up. It's pretty typical.
Yeah.
Because you want it,
Tuesdays, so we
I
wouldn't,
didn't go over the identity, what the information to get. Okay, so this is relevant. So we are not recommending that you get the address of where people live because you don't want to, don't ask them where their address, because it's just, you don't want to check. So we're in a weird political climate and you don't want people hunting down other people. But you can ask if they reside in the district, or you can ask their community of residence. Totally fine. But you should have them state their name, legal name, and when they live in the district.
So if they don't, we don't have to listen to them?
No.
No,
Yes, you do.
yeah, we
No,
do.
you still have to.
You have to hear any member of the public. Remember,
But they can be last.
someone from Waukegan, Illinois, can zoom into your meeting and give you public comment.
Yep.
Or wherever you.
And there's organizations that actually do that. They'll travel from board to board, community to community, and they have a right to speak. And they're trying to speak politically rather than speak in the best interest of what the business of the district is.
You're seeing that right now. Yes, there are
Yeah.
groups traveling.
This did not happen within the board, but when they were having these public comment things online, they had people from all over the place making derogatory comments about school, Alsea School Board and this and that, and they tried to pare it down and get them not to do it, cut them off because they wanted only people within a certain area, and it got really ugly.
You can, but again, I said you can't stratify it. You can order them, and if you run out of time, you run out of time.
But this was not us, this was
Yeah.
public people that were complaining about the board.
Yeah, just as a board, you can't, if a person from wherever tunes in and wants to talk to you, or they travel here and get on the list, and you're not putting them in a particular order, and that's not part of your regular procedure, then you gotta hear that person. So I can say pretty much whatever they want.
I hear from the board, maybe we need to have a quick work session on how we want to organize our public comment, just so we have it in place.
Has
the
to be a
future.
policy, right?
Ooh, it doesn't
No.
have to be policy, we have to,
Just a procedure.
It just has to be
Just
a
a-
procedure.
Yep.
and you have to apply it evenly.
Right. And it's,
Has to, yeah.
and it's best to establish those procedures when things are quiet rather than waiting
Mhm.
until they get noisy.
well, I was just thinking if Shirley is working on information, maybe we could make that a 30-minute work session before our next board meeting of, strategizing on public comment and how we'd all like to see that happen.
So
I
Shirley, would you send
absolutely
me an
agree.
email requesting like on public comment.
Thank you so much.
Cheat sheet on
Sheet on
public comment, but also you want Shirley to reach out to your assistant on virtual public
That's a
comment
virtual
procedures.
procedure. Because she can handle that really well. It's a really common procedure.
Yeah.
That, or you can go on board secretaries.
Yeah.
The listserv, and they'll
But then
do it, so.
Decision part for the board, it sounds like, is to sit down and say, okay, here's how we want to organize these things. So we get 50 blue cards. Are we going to take time for hearing all 50? That's an hour and a
30
half.
minutes, call it good.
We're gonna have to put that in procedure.
Yes.
So 30-minute public comment, and here's how we order it. Students first,
Parents.
parents, staff, I don't care, whatever you guys want to do, but you
Yeah.
put that in procedure. So you have that in procedure.
I totally agree with that.
So when, things get a little hot, then you have that in place.
So if people are cussing and swearing, we can't mute them.
Unless you say specifically that you will not tolerate it.
I think that's a
and you
good
apply
idea
that
too.
evenly.
Let's put it, I think it would be really awesome if you wrote down your ideas, so we all chatted about them in that work session, so we can build that together.
But what is profanity?
Well, that's where, I
And
mean,
you define that. Is darn profanity.
it's
This
where it
is
gets
squishy.
subjective. It's almost like,
So another area where you can constrain speech is you can only hear public comment on agenda items. Some boards will have
Yeah.
comment on agenda items at the beginning of their meeting and then have general public comment at the end. I recommend that practice, but I like only agenda items because remember,
Mhm.
public comment serves the board,
Mhm.
not the public.
Right.
So it's input on what you're working.
That's a good idea too.
It's a
That way
really
you don't
good
get
idea.
off topic.
Really good idea. That way you
Some do
avoid,
their research to see what's actually on the agenda too. And if they
Yes.
care or not.
yeah,
Correct.
Yeah.
They just can't come and rail at you or whatever J random thing
yeah,
that's got them wound up.
which is obvious, which is commonly associated with these traveling groups. They just want to rant on their own political stuff. They don't care what's going on with the district. But if you restrict your public comment to agenda items, that takes care of that.
Okay. So there's lots of ways to get public comment. You can get it in person. We've been talking about in-person public comment and a little bit about virtual.
But you can also get email or even snail mail comment.
Mhm.
You can get receive letters. And we also, during the pandemic, we saw boards getting video and audio recordings as well. Voicemails and like actually recorded videos, which was actually really nice because we weren't able to see people. People were zooming in and they were turning on their cameras. So it was, so there's lots of different channels that you can get public notice. Okay. So, I mean, in personal, it's the most, personal, it's what I think most people are comfortable with. It's convenient, low tech. It can be intimidating for some people. There are certain members of your community that you don't feel comfortable coming in this room and talking. So here, public comment in this room, well, it's hearing one part of the community, the people that are comfortable being in this space. It can be hard for people. Virtual, it definitely provides more access for folks who, they can call in on Zoom. So people who are have mobility impairment, they can get out of the house, they can get on their phone and provide comment to people to leave more access. Also, if their internet is, out on the east side, when it's really remote, Christmas Valley, places like that. I mean, they may not have internet, they can't see it, but they can get on the phone and provide comments. So I'm a big fan of HTML. I like virtual access. Lots more people participate.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, virtual platforms are easy to control.
I did 95 degrees.
Oh, okay.
Are easy to control, particularly if you format your meeting as a webinar. You can demote someone and remove them from your meeting, so they can comment if they're out of order, so they're easy to bump. For some people, technology is a barrier. But everybody can pick up. So it is more personal. It's harder to read body language better. Snail mail. Oh, I love these are all asynchronous, meaning that you're consuming this offline. It's not taking up part of your 36 hours. So you can read emails and snail mail and all that ahead of time. So there do not be public emails that you receive on what do you do? There are still boards that are correspondence, public comment in their meetings. And it's an incredible waste of time. It's wasted board's time. Because you could have read that before you got the meeting. They're wasting their precious 36 or 72 hours they have. Also, oftentimes it's staff that end up reading that have to read those. Sometimes it's often the same, horrible things. And so that poor staff has to read that. It's just,
Well,
I'm not a fan.
I think people are far more courageous behind the keyboard than they are with their voice. So it's easier to type something offensive and have somebody else read your letter as your platform. But I think if you say mail, email, and letters will be provided to each board member for consideration, then each board member got to read that comment.
Yeah.
They just didn't get to have a public platform for it.
And that's why it's not satisfying. If you're not reading it in front of people, then there's no audience. So only really serious people will actually. Audio video recordings, they're really nice. You can consume them offline. It's more personal. It's very convenient. Can be intimidating for some people. Turning on your phone and taking your recording can be intimidating for some people. So there's lots of ways that you can get input. Don't have to just rely on having people come in. So as long as you're communicating that with people, it's a good job. There are multiple tools. So this is we during the pandemic have a lot of high emotions, lots of public comment.
And so this is a formula that our engagement specialists came up with for how to deal with, there's a lot of energy, you guys have gone through this, where you have a lot of energy. Getting a lot of public comment. So how do you navigate that in a way that ensures that the public feels something? Because when you're doing public comment, you don't get to respond back. And so, when she came up, this is Janet, she was talking about having hearings where you start the meeting with staff, talking about what the district is doing around that particular topic at the time of this masking. So what are, strategic modeling, what are we doing to keep kids safe? Have that. Then the board sees the comment, have people come up with their comment through the thing. And then at the end, you reserve some time for the board to reflect on what they heard. What were the themes that they heard from the public? So there's two things going on here. Having staff provide solid information about what the district is doing, spell this that people may float around. When you get that comment, then reflecting back, then they know that what they said. So you can even do this with your public comment. You can reserve 5 minutes at the end, so 35 minutes, and then just take 5 minutes to have board members reflect on what needs to be heard. That might take you some 5 minutes in 36 hours.
Especially if it's on agenda items.
Yeah, and I think it's a good reflection, but also it's where we can also direct Sean to follow up on these. There's three common themes we heard tonight.
Yeah,
Take
absolutely.
those up with staff, develop plans, whatever it looks like.
So better public comment, because public comment is not a public engagement.
It always has been for us, always.
Yeah, but it's not real engagement, because engagement implies a reciprocal, relationship where someone's saying something and you're reflecting back and then working together on that. Public comment is not, it's one way, it's information going. So this is a way to incorporate some of that engagement. Public comment. So public engagement, that's a much deeper topic. That's a that's a much, as I think you guys saw. Okay, question slide, and then I want to talk about the difference between business meetings and work sessions, formative processes. So in our business meetings, we're being very linear. We're going from point A to point B. We have some work that we got to get done. And we're going but we're working in a different world than we had when we were I was in high school, 70% graduation rate was success. That was good. Because the Reachport where I grew up, a kid could go off and work in the woods. We could find a job, go fishing, whatever. There were jobs where you didn't have to have high school diploma. Today, if a kid doesn't graduate, they cannot afford to participate in the 21st century economy. Nevertheless, we're still working with the same system. We were being expected to govern a system and transform it at the same time. You can't do that with a linear process where you're just doing business meetings. You have to do these formative processes where things get messy, where you're going to go all over the place. You're going to visit a topic and you're going to visit another topic. You're going to have lots of conversations, and you may come back and go around before you get to somewhere where you can actually start taking action. So yeah, I mean, our business meetings are like a straight road out the desert. Let's go 150. Let's actually go past the car can go. But over here, well, and we don't want our formative processes to look like this. Where some people are coming in and other people are leaving the conversation, and we want to actually get somewhere with it. So in these formative processes, get clear on what you want to get done. Get clear on what your desired end outcomes, but not necessarily what that final destination looks like. But what do you want to have happen? What do you want to happen for the kids? You know, build that plan and then, but you know, we've talked about topics that you may have to change what you're doing on the fly. And so you bring different groups in to the conversation, you bring community to that conversation, bring staff to that conversation. You may have to change your expectations about what that process is. I love this idea of going slow to go fast. Comfortable with that. Be ready to take some time. Really dig in, work on this stuff. Because if you rush it, it's not very fun. Or make this franchise certain portions of it.
And let me emphasize that because that's been a big source of topic with our HR reset. And I'm sure you've heard from people. They want things settled down
Yesterday.
but it's a process and we have to go slow. We have to be very strategic. There's lots of BOLI and state and federal laws involved. There's contracts involved. There's lots of different things. We have to be very careful how we proceed with this. We just can't go from A to Z within 24 hours. That's a great example of going slow to go fast. You have to be very careful with it.
I'm going to this idea of conducting your work with care and respect. And respect everybody who's in the process. And then this idea of respecting non-closure. You know, some of these things that we're having to work on, you're not going to finish. You're going to continue working. Never going to be done. And that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. So this is, I'm just really starting to scratch the surface on this. I'm talking about me professionally as a trainer because, I mean, OSBA, at this point, we really haven't talked about this side of the house. You really are focused on are they crawls, walls, mega crawls, all the very nuts and bolts of business. But these formative processes, this is where we're pushing into sports, pushing into this work, but we're not really well prepared. We're lacking a lot of structure.
I feel like this is where success comes from for our students.
Yeah, getting to know your kids.
Mhm.
And you guys are so lucky that the small,
Mhm.
and you can actually do that.
Mhm.
Imagine trying to do this.
I can't even imagine trying to do this in Paloma.
Even there, I mean, yeah,
I mean, they're small, but way bigger than us.
yeah, you guys really can
Mhm.
bring your kids into your governing process. in a
Yes.
way that large. I
Yes.
strongly urge you to leverage that advantage.
One thing I don't think we need to flesh out tonight, I'm just going to plant the seed, is having a student representative on the board. That might be something you might want to explore, and we can talk about it more later, but that's a great avenue to make that kid connection.
I strongly recommend you guys do that.
Yeah.
You've been doing it for years. You have 6.
6? All
On
at the
your
same
school
time?
board?
Really?
6 at the same time, yeah. 2
Wow.
from each. Well, we have 2 high schools plus our special, our alt program.
Right,
Alt
right.
Hill, so there's 6 of them.
Wow. Do they all give reports at a board meeting?
They give short reports at the beginning,
Yeah.
and then we also do the discussion.
Oh,
They
interesting.
can't vote, we can't
Sure.
give our vote to it.
Sure.
But we do. We definitely do. And we
Cool.
adjust our agenda, so if there's something that's really important, we want the perspective of our student reps
Yeah.
on that agenda item, we move that. It's your kids, they gotta go. So we
Mhm.
usually generally move it around 8 o'clock, so we'll move it up the
Mhm.
meeting so we can get their perspective.
I mean, I think we're all far enough disconnected from the kids in school today. We don't know the issues they face. We don't know the pressures they face. We hear it, we see it on the news, but we don't live it in the hallways. So
It's really powerful when you have kids.
Mhm.
talking about it.
Mhm. It is.
It's good stuff. Okay. Superintendent evaluation.
Ta-da!
Okay. Yeah. So let's go back. Describe a time that when you received feedback and it was a positive experience. Anybody?
I know, I'm holding my tongue.
So positive feedback or
When you received feedback, professional feedback, and it was a positive experience, what was it like?
okay. So after we hired Sean and the community was here, and it was probably after the first meeting, I had some patrons come up to the restaurant and say, good job on hiring the superintendent. I think I like him. I'm like, thank you very much. It wasn't just me. They said, no, he conducted himself very professional, very courteous. We liked the fact that he waited for a second, thought about it, and then spoke. He didn't just blurt out whatever came to his mind. So it was actually really nice after the AGLL that we went through for 3 months prior to. So it was awesome.
What about you personally? Like, you ever been evaluated? Like, in a job evaluation?
I am boss. I give myself evaluations all the time. You
I work
suck.
for
Yeah.
the
I
US
really wanna
Forest
fire
Service.
myself.
I got evaluated every year, and sometimes twice a year.
And can you tell us about a time when you had a positive experience? What made it positive?
Like, I was removed from my job here in LC, and I had a couple of choices of either going to the SO, and I really didn't want to go work in town because I've always been an outdoors person. And so I was finally put in place in Walport, which is Central Oregon Coast Ranger District at this point in time. And when I walked onto the job, I had 500 permits that were either they didn't have insurance or they were out of date, expired, and we had dune buggy people running all over the place with no insurance and stuff. And within a year and a half, I had them up to date. So when I got my performance evaluation, they said, good job. You brought us back in line. The ranger actually came in and said, thank you. And so that made me feel good because I was the lowest paid person on the totem pole. And when I did it, it was kind of good to be a GS7 and picking up all the work that the 11s and 9s didn't do for 3 years.
So what I heard is that one, someone had expressed appreciation for your life. And that they actually, probably went back over all the things that you had accomplished in that process.
Yes.
Get that process out.
Right.
Okay. Anything else? Great.
I was employee of the year once. It was
Yeah,
way
how'd you
back
get
when I
that?
was, because I actually was nice back then. I'm just kidding. So I worked for the Embarcadero for a couple of years, 3 or 4, I don't remember when. And apparently they really liked me. I don't know.
Did they tell you why you got?
Because I was a great leader and I worked really hard. I never called in. My attendance for my job was 100%. And I had quite a customer following. So my sales were above most others.
So they were tracking your performance. There were key metrics that they were looking at.
My my registers, because we were our own bank. And there was somebody that audited that money every night. And mine was never short. And so it was just a list of things that they went through. And of course, my mug shot was down in the hallway underneath the dining room for a year. Like, okay, you can take it down now. And so it was kind of embarrassing. I felt like the geek squad in the front of the room. Look at her. I didn't really like it.
So, I mean, when we're evaluating our superintendent, things should be bringing those things to the fore in that process. So, Behavior that is modeled by the leader and management profoundly shapes the culture and practice. Doing a superintendent evaluation in a way that is formative and supporting the administrator has a cascade effect, throughout the organization, setting the expectation and evaluating the process. And then you're going to hold that. So it sends a message about the organization. You guys are familiar with this. So you can use the framework process, set their expectations. So one standard superintendent, you're going to learn together as a team in this process, how to execute it. You want to create conditions for success. You want to support your superintendent and what it's doing. Definitely, superintendent evaluation is mechanism. And it's also something that you are going to share. It's all fits within essential. So all starts with pre-evaluation planning. So that's where you are right now, actually. So, but it's okay. Don't panic. All right. You're going to go to quarterly check-ins. So you're going to be meeting throughout the year with your superintendent. You get to go into executive session to do that. Near the bottom of the year, you can do some information gathering, or rather, your superintendent will do some information gathering. Target feedback survey. But that's when you're going to be doing that information gathering. Is going to compile that all together, and then you're going to meet with your superintendent to review it, and then wrap it all up, provide him with this evaluation, and then there's going to be a summary that we'll share. We'll get into a little more detail. For things first, we got presentation is complete without a mention of policy. So yeah, I'm sure that you have a policy CBG, and you also have a superintendent contract that requires that you provide. And it should be grounded in this policy CBA. So this is what what you expect of your superintendent. Writing policy, and it's also going to be based on this contract. What he is contractually expected to do. So, but you will need a plan to do this. There is a lot to it. There's a lot of parts. It falls primarily to the chair to kind of orchestrate this process and put the trends on the agenda for the board to go ahead and do the work. So there's a whole calendaring process of this. We'll get a little glimpse of that here just a little bit. But the first part, and this is part of the pre-planning, is that you need to set goals. You superintendent needs to set goals. And typically in this situation, the goal or the superintendent will come up with goals and then bring it to the board, and then have some consensus on what those goals are. Remember, we talked about goals last night. What do we remember about superintendent goals?
After 8 o'clock.
They're gonna coincide.
Well,
Coincide with that district goal.
Yeah.
we aligned the district goals.
Yeah.
Good.
You said the right word, it just popped in my head.
Collaborative.
Mhm.
The district goals. And we should be aligned. Good. Okay. I'm sorry that this calendar is not really helpful. It's out of the workbook, but it got really fancy schmancy with it. So your pre-planning starts in March, April, May. It's usually when so you should be wrap up evaluation in March. So it's March 15th, March 30th,
March 15th.
So you have to provide superintendent typically, not every superintendent's contract till March?
No, June 30th.
Oh, well, hey, you know, you've got until June 30th, so.
But there are provisions usually in the superintendent's contract that say we need to have the evaluation done by March 15th or thereabout.
Is it?
Not by statute, but simply, the superintendent needs to know, gee, am I gonna be here next year?
Right.
And if bad evaluation, it's probably might be time to dust off the resume and,
Right. So it's yours on March 15th.
I don't remember what it is. I'm not even sure if I have that
So
in
you
this current
still
contract.
need to go back and
We
look
need to
at the
look.
Yeah,
contract.
and actually it leads me to the next question, because he's an interim superintendent, is the
Yeah.
evaluation process. Well, I mean, no offense to you, Sean, this will be a great practice for us, even if it's not required for an interim.
No, I think we should. I
But-
think it's important for you guys to establish the process.
I didn't know if that's
Yeah.
for an interim, do you usually do an
It's-
evaluation?
You can.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
oftentimes there is a provision for evaluation. All the bells and whistles, that. But you typically, in most of your contracts, there is some sort of evaluation. But like I mentioned, and we'll talk about the target feedback survey. Like usually, you go through a target feedback survey. Okay. So yeah, you start again. So as soon as you finish the evaluation, you're starting the next cycle.
Mhm.
So the superintendent's gonna be thinking about these goals and bringing that forward. So pre-evaluation is March, April, May. Before the school year, is already thinking about what his goals are for the next school year. Bring that forward. And then from June, going through the school year, you're gonna have quarterly check-in meetings. So that's gonna be September. So June, and then September, and then December. What about every 3 months?
May 1st is in my contract.
Oh, okay. General May 1st, so
May
yeah,
1st, we have the evaluation done.
Okay, so you're a little bit out of phase, but not a lot.
No, we're fine.
Yeah, and so you're probably right on that. Okay, so yeah, take these dates with a grain of salt, because pay attention to this contract. Are contractually obligated. So, yeah, in this early part, you should be approving the criteria that you're gonna evaluate the superintendent on. You know, what the procedure that you're gonna follow and the timeline, how it's gonna unfold. And so you can use the OSBA workbook. I recommend it. I really like it. I'm not saying that just because I'm an OSBA. Anybody use the our workbook. I don't get anything out of it. It's just really good to it. I've conducted, superintendent evaluations, and it's a lot of work. This tool is actually laid out.
And it's actually addressed in my contract to use the OSBA workbook.
Well, then you gotta do it.
There you go.
I think Shirley was even before we do that part, I think Shirley was getting us that so that we had that guideline to go on.
You already have the workbook?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I can say. So this is what you're doing right now. You're also going to approve goals. So the criteria, these performance standards. So there are 8 of them, and this is them. So you're going to evaluate the superintendent on visionary district leadership, these fixing professional norms, cultivating an inclusive district culture, culturally responsive instruction leadership, communication and community relations, effective organizational management, effective financial management, and policy governance and advocacy. So we didn't just pull these out of the air. These standards are nationally normed. Did this work with Blackfish and COSA. So it's evidence-based. So evaluate on these things, and if you're hitting on these topics, if your superintendent is performing well in these areas, you can expect improved student. So, but to do that, you're gonna have to be able to measure performance, right? Before you can score those, you've got to have some sort of evidence of performance. So, there's 3 buckets of information that we use. First is your own experience. You're spending a bunch of time in the boardroom with your superintendent. So there's a lot of things that you can see firsthand in his performance, whether it's reporting to you, how he interacts with staff, how he interacts with you. Probably you can probably get a good sense of how he's interacting with the public as well. Just from this room, but also, speaking of, so your own knowledge, there's a bunch. The superintendent's gonna bring a self-evaluation, he's gonna look at his own goals, look at his own performance, and provide you with his own self-evaluation, self-reflection. And he's gonna bring evidence, artifacts of what that performance is. The third one here is that targeted feedback survey. Probably the third, but 360 survey. So 360 survey is kind of a very broad survey of people in the organization aimed at evaluating the it's really popular in the mountains. What we found out is that really it doesn't provide really good information for supporting professional growth. It really becomes just a problem box. Really. So we've switched to this targeted feedback survey where the superintendent and the board work together to identify key informants to provide information that are gaps for the board. Ultimately, you guys have to do the evaluation. So what don't you know? For the people who know that information, they give that information to you. Those are the people who survey. You need that collaboration. He knows who he's been working with. You're going to find law enforcement, the members of the community. There's probably some parents out there.
Commissioners,
Community leaders,
directors, yeah.
Maybe ESD.
ESD.
superintendent, could be a good one. I'm
Just,
just kind of spitballing the type of people that
Yeah.
you survey.
does staff fall under that? Do we-
Yes.
Okay, so staff could be a recipient of that targeted feedback. Also.
Yeah, and so, and there's actually two sides to that survey. It is our target to that survey. One is internal, so internal staff, again, identified by the superintendent and the board. So that could be building administrators, classroom teachers, whoever you think you need to hear from. And then there's the community side. We ask different questions based on the constituency. Goals. So, the superintendent's going to come up with goals. You're going to evaluate the progress on those goals. And you're going to do that using artifacts. So this is not a comprehensive list, but it gives you an idea of the area. Oh, it's not. Well, one of the things that I really like in this workbook is that it gives examples of the types of evidence that they can bring. Whether it's newspaper articles, student data, meeting minutes, it could be any number of things. It doesn't mean when you see the list in the workbook, it's pretty big. It doesn't mean he needs to bring all of those things. It just gives you some ideas on what things superintendent can bring to show progress. So this is just giving you an idea of the types of information that the superintendent can provide under the 8 different standards.
Sure. Vince surely has a question here.
Yes,
Do we use the charter evaluation since we're a charter, or do we use the other?
Oh. Really functional for regular, just regular. Even though
That's
you
what
are
I would think.
chartered, I would say you use the regular.
That's what I would think.
Because you function like a regular school.
Yeah, we do.
You just are.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
And you're gonna get the slide deck, and this is just here for examples. Here's that thing, the slide with PFS. It's all about filling information gaps. If I switch back, one of the things that you might not know a lot about is instructional leadership. Maybe financial management or organizational management. They want a day-to-day basis. Manages the district in a really direct way. So that's a place where you might want to survey on standard 6 to get an idea of how these interact with the staff. So that's the type of information gaps that we're talking about. It's focused on 360, internal, external, stakeholder, and then again, that far out. This is not a gotcha survey. none of this is gotcha. There should be no surprises in this process.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So when I give evaluations and I receive evaluations in my life, in my normal job, we're coached and mentored to look at the objective side of things. So we talk about, like, we have weekly one-on-ones with our staff so that when we talk about them and then we take that information and put it into their evaluation and say, look at these project goals you met this year, these are objectives or things like that. Or do you see at 50% of your timelines we're slipping throughout the year? We need to make that a goal. When it comes to the targeted feedback, is it objective or is it still opinion based like that 360 evaluation, or is it really objective to here's where Sean mentored me for the year, here's where he worked with the commissioners to build this relationship, because it feels hard to evaluate people on everybody else's subjective terms. And I know that it's one big picture, but still it's metric based, or should be.
So it is based on indicators under standards. So I'm gonna back up. In each of these standards, there are indicators embedded in each of those. Sometimes there's 3. That's where those questions come from. So they are targeted as components of each of the standards, but they're not specific. They're not a specific method, and they're not going to pertain to the custom goals of the superintendent. There are a lot of these standards because the situation for OSBA had to create a survey. That's what's actually saying. So we align to the standards.
But we can ask that those standards are objective, that there's objective information brought forward that includes data and metrics and things like that from the superintendent during his self-evaluation, or does he get to make that
he's gonna
choice?
bring objective information.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And provide objective information throughout the year. Like one of the best sources for you right now is my weekly notes.
Yeah.
Because I try to address a lot of those different areas, and those become the evidence that we can refer to come the evaluation time. Like, gee, did Mr. Gallagher meet with all the commissioners? Yep, check. Did Mr. Gallagher do that? Check. Oh, Mr. Gallagher probably should have done that, forgot to do it. Those sorts of things.
So this is I can send you this document. You'll need to calendar this out on your annual calendar. Do you guys have an annual calendar for agenda planning?
I asked you to reach out to OSB to get that. Were you able to get that?
You can email.
No, they
Okay, yeah. So why don't you email him? Let's get that. Yeah, yes, there you go.
It's okay.
He has all the knowledge.
We just don't want
Well,
to fill
I have
up
the
your.
document. I, in fact, I think it's sitting on the desktop.
Yeah, yeah. If we could get that document to me, that'd be great.
Yeah, and so this is a great, and you don't have to leave it in this format. You can reformat it. Our previous board secretary, John Corval, she had a giant spreadsheet. It was like, she printed it all for like wide format paper. It's like our annual calendar.
Yes. You and
So you don't have to stick with this, but superintendent evaluation is, needs to be counted.
Our county.
Project. So another thing that I really, as a former board chair, this is something that I really, really appreciate about this workbook as well. Is it has a template summary statement to give you a jumping off point for writing that outwardly facing document that you're going to share with the public. So you're going to go at the end of the year, prior to May 1st, you're going to go into an executive session and assign scores for the 8 standards, single number for each.
Agreed to number. They have to agree on the number.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
so.
it's not an average of each of ours, it's in one
please
number.
don't do that.
Oh,
And please do the hard work of deliberating, haggling over what that number is.
And I'm
We never
sorry,
did that before either.
I-
It was-
I was just putting a calendar invite for this, but I'm sorry, was that just the board having that conversation and Sean is out of that as we agree upon those numbers?
That is up to you. That's between you and the superintendent. You can do it with Sean there, or you can do it with Sean not there. It's really based on your relationship with the superintendent. Or what-
What I've found is most effective, and I've experimented with this for many years also, is when it comes time that I would bring forth my recommendations and I'd just be objective, evaluative, self-reflective on myself. And I would be honest and say, yeah, I think I should only deserve a 3 in this area, and here's why. This area, I feel like I did a 5. You know, this area, maybe a 4. So you at least have my input. Now you can do your collaboration with me there, or have me go play basketball or tiddlywinks while you guys can convene and you have my input there, and then you guys can decide. And that seems to work very well for me because it becomes much more meaningful, you know. And one of the best things for any evaluation, I tell this with my staff all the time, is a self-reflection piece. I think that's very, very important. In fact, I'm going to be doing the admin evals here very shortly on just the end of last year. And I said, I'm more interested in your self-evaluation. I'm not interested in me telling you, I'm interested in you telling me, how did you do? And see if I agree with you or not. That is very meaningful. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
I would just say from a professional standpoint, I never sign somebody's evaluation until they give me their feedback on my thoughts. And then I move things around even with that. I'll say, okay, well, I agree. I was on the edge of 3 and a 4, and I'm going to move you to a 4 based on all of these factors that you're having me consider. And they live their daily life. I've managed their life, but they do their job better than I can. So they're a better judge of that sometimes. I think you can read through
Yeah.
BS.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just,
You'll need to make a decision on that. That's part of that making a decision on process. You'll need to make that decision soon, because Sean needs to know what to expect. Again, no surprises. You know, it's the area where you really want to. This is one of the strongest tools we have for developing trust with you. So, yeah, I think seriously, structure, follow the process, and with mutual consent, you can change things, but yeah, there should be no surprises in this process. So evaluation summary, yeah, and so there's going to be this summary at the end that you're going to share with the public. I know in Corvallis, we make a little bit of a ceremony, we read it into the record, and yeah, it's kind of a big deal for us. Very much appreciate it. So yeah, these are the 3 components of what goes into it. Your breath knowledge, the information that you're going to get from your superintendent is self-reflection and the artifacts it's going to bring. And yeah, we're going to do a target feedback survey, but I just want you not to forget that, let's say it again, no surprises. This is all about, growing your administrative. Said it last night. Work without the superintendent is like King Arthur without Excalibur. It's a very difficult situation. Yeah, one promotes growth and strengthen your relationship. So there's the cover of the workbook, and I'm happy to take it. Super not super complex.
No, it isn't. I think it's pretty straightforward. Bless
bless
you.
you.
What we did one year when we were doing super evaluation was we took each individual board member and we were given a list of 6 or 8 employees to go out and reach out to them and talk to them and, walk amongst the school and just have conversations. What do you think? And I thought that was really helpful to get their feedback directly, face-to-face conversations.
You could do that if everybody agrees that's the direction we're going.
I found it helpful. Yeah.
Build a long social capital. Questions, comments?
No,
Questions about anything? Questions about meetings?
no.
Tired and hot.
Can we have that? Can we have your slide deck
Absolutely.
or
You'll get-
specific? Okay.
yeah,
That'd be
I'll-
awesome.
So I just want to bring you back to this slide again. I close every one this way. Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Yeah, what you do matters. Evidence shows that, education science shows that what you do and how you do it. Is kids. Keep doing your good work. And if you ever need anything, there's my cell.
Oh, here, let me put you in my phone.
Call me.
I know, but I'm not sure that I,
I think we need to discuss. in executive
I
session
called him
what
very
our-
frequently for a couple of months.
Yes,
Interested in being
Yes.
offline on the head. I'm not-
yes.
Thank you for
Yeah.
for this.
Really, it should be your superintendent that leads the negotiations. But yes, a board member can sit.
I like it that way way better.
Report back to the board. Yes.
I don't like to draw it out, then I get,
Surely
the biggest
will.
lie I tell myself is, I can remember that.
Yes.
Don't we have some
Yeah.
more training
Eric was good
sessions?
with it.
So that-
Yeah,
so
so-
I'm wondering if I should
Stuff.
do first.
Yeah.
Take a look at what we covered.
And
Eric said-
Monday and Tuesday were screwed this week, so I didn't have any time to reach out to Eric or
Okay.
Shirley anyways.
Yeah,
So-
Eric was good with it. He said, just keep me posted.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
I'll
this
he's
is
not
what we
just have
covered.
and see what needs to happen, because I don't know if, I was thinking.
Yeah,
God, I just
role,
feel
board
like my
ethics.
day would just dawn in
public
and be
meeting
like,
law,
hey,
executive
everybody's
session.
trying to get their classes situated. And
I
there's
know,
just-
Some
first day of
so I have so
school,
much to do
Superintendent
Thursday.
evaluation.
the week prior.
So board and superintendent
Thursday,
operating
Friday,
reviews,
fine.
something else
Thursday
we
Or
after.
Thursday
discussed.
after the surgery.
Yes.
I'm assuming you're
But I
gonna do
wanted to
some
have it
committed
surgery
search.
because
Yeah.
really
Okay,
it's just
so
a
we got
snack.
that.
Some
Um,
cookies here, some
we can do an
flowers,
agenda review. I can take a
power
look at your
bars,
agendas, but I think
Gatorade,
you
I
guys
don't
have
Yeah.
the idea.
Finish simple stuff. Yeah.
The idea of being.
First one gets like Dave, that was the most beneficial work we did for just the sealed lifesavers.
And share whatever you
I
guys.
put a basket in the staff room and said, thank you.
Only
so
the
I,
superintendent
They love
search.
those things.
for all my
That's
stuff,
gonna be a
meetings that I had to rush and do have
That's
it.
Uh-huh.
What you said, I'm sorry.
The superintendent search
And
process.
so then I was
Sure.
having that
That-
conversation, I'm like, nobody's talking and I'll throw stuff out on the table. And
Yep.
so those are always kind of the things.
Yeah,
Okay, so
absolutely.
have you
Absolutely.
negotiated
Okay, I
at
just wanna
all
make sure that
with
was good before we
Shirley and
reach
Sean
out.
about setting up another training session like that? We talked about at one time or another that we would do this and then in a couple of months or something do some more or.
Well,
Well, I think this was supposed to be spread
I
out.
I dumped all the basics on you.
I
We've covered,
have some information from Sarah Kirkser about that.
I mean, we didn't go over school finance.
I'll talk to her, Steve.
Yeah, see what you guys want to learn about. I mean, if you want to learn stuff about school law, I can find out. All that about communication, I can bring our communication team out here. I can bring-
And I would suggest that we do that.
Yeah,
I think that, from what I
and you guys are in the queue for a policy overhaul as well, so.
Yeah.
I guess we all need to talk to one, right?
Yeah. We'll be inundated.
So, yeah, really, it's about what do you want to learn?
Yeah.
Well, I wish I'd learned a lot of this several years ago.
Well, this is excellent. This is excellent. So thank you. Really.
Makes sense.
And,
You guys been doing a lot of good work.
yeah, well, thank you. I would.
We're
agree.
trying.
I would agree. I would agree. No,
And
we're
in
doing great.
November, it'd be awesome if you all would come out to a convention.
It's not virtual, I bet.
If they're not gonna have a virtual option at all,
It didn't say it was unless they change it.
No, it's not gonna be hybrid. Yeah,
that makes me
not
sad.
even, what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna record some of the sessions. And that's all.
And that's all.
Yeah, the hybrid one, the summer board was hard.
I
Yeah,
know,
I
it
could
was a little
tell.
clunky. I like feel for those people that are watching
Oh,
online.
boy, was it clunky?
Well, it didn't feel like that from like sitting in the audience, but I can imagine like, you guys did a good job though.
We
Tell them to come in person.
Actually, since we have you here, just one more question. Doesn't matter if you
Yeah,
talk
sure.
about that. We're in superintendent search, so we're at the point of like, we need to decide, you know, how we're gonna do this. Can we decide that in the work session, like, we're gonna look internal and external, we're gonna hire a consultant. We're gonna go on that.
I mean, yeah, it would be, yes.
Have a discussion on what, have that on the agenda.
Yeah, and then. Did you want help making that decision?